Check, check, check. Microphone check. Let me know if y'all could hear
I
me.
can hear you.
Yeah, we
All
can hear
right.
you.
There's a little echo. Did y'all hear
Yes,
that?
it's an echo.
Huh?
There's an echo.
Is that on my side or I'm not sure?
It don't sound like it's coming from you.
Okay. Somebody might have the speaker or something open. I don't know. But is it spring today? I'm so lost when it comes to these dates.
I think tomorrow is the spring equinox, the 21st.
Oh, okay. Well, in advance, Happy New Year's to everybody.
Happy New
Um,
Year.
I'm still trying to figure out what happened to the winter, but that's a whole nother story. I ain't complaining, you know. I clearly could remember, damn, what's the blurry about? I clearly could remember doing the winter solstice. We did like a winter solstice lecture, and it felt like the other day.
Yeah,
But
hyper
it
speed
is,
time.
yeah, it is what it is,
Yeah,
man, you know.
heat wave here in LA.
Huh?
It's a heat wave here in Los Angeles.
I heard.
Oh my
I
goodness. It's
I heard
roasting.
y'all hitting like what they hitting 100 in Phoenix, Arizona, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here
it hit a
too.
90 today in LA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
That would,
hot.
that would make no sense and all the sense at the same time. You
Mm.
feel me? But yeah, man. Whew, it's a lot going on in the AI world. So we're gonna cover some things. You know, things are moving at a fast pace. So fast that I can't even keep up sometimes. Like, you know, this AI stuff got me up to the wee hours of the morning, you know what I mean? Just constantly doing this research. It's a lot, you know what I mean? But we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna go over some of the things that are out there right now. Higgsville, once again, They done stepped it up. They dropping new products every other day. You know what I mean? So we'll go over there. We'll check it out. First and foremost, we do have some new people in the building. I do want to say welcome to everybody that is brand new to the workshop. Let me do a quick little not necessarily an orientation, but let me get everybody right. For anybody that's brand new in here, let me go ahead and take you on a quick little tour. Okay. What the hell is
Maybe your screen got a fingerprint on it, Red. You look
that? Could
blurry.
be it, right?
Yeah, just hit it with the tissue.
Okay, let me go ahead and wipe him down. This is a brand new camera too. The last one was short circuiting. Oh, give me 1 minute. Let me get the tissue.
Y'all been going in on those sinners images and videos. I'm just like,
Oh man,
I'm
I'm
on here
so
watching it. I
proud.
still have to get mine done. I finally found clips. It's been a crazy couple days, so I haven't had a chance, but I'm putting something in there.
You put something together.
I'm gonna put
So
something in there.
just based off of that experiment, I think every week we're gonna do something like that, a little challenge of, whatever's hot, whatever's like in the zeitgeist, and then we'll all go in on it, do our interpretations of it and whatnot, on top of the steal my prompt post and everything. That's kind of just a way that we could sharpen our sword throughout the week and whatnot. I'm even seeing people talking to other people like, yo, how did you do that? What tool did you use? And that's a great
Yeah.
thing.
Yes. It took me 2 hours to come up with what I did. Oh, but I appreciate it. I'm proud of myself. I put that in there.
No doubt. Congrats, congrats. Yeah, I seen they was there. Y'all been cooking. Y'all been cooking that up. And there was even another one. I think it was there was another steal my prompts. The one where we were taking the old pictures and renewing them. Man, I was impressed by that. I saw some work on that. I was like, damn, look at y'all going. They was cooking on that. So yeah, let me go
Yeah, I
ahead.
like that one and the one where we had to create a merchandise with imaginarium on it. That was fun.
That was fire.
That was fun.
That one was fire. That was another one. The Louis bags and the glasses and the I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, what we doing over here?
I did that scooter. I was like, yeah, I want one.
You feel me? Something interesting happened to this week too.
You
The
sound low, Red. I'm
Hicksville,
sorry.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You sound low. You was louder
Oh
at
shit.
first.
I ain't even talking my bad. I didn't even hold
Thank
my mic.
you.
So something interesting happened and I saw this week. Hicksville. I know that we was going over to Hicksville prior to check out they had a contest. I think it was 500,000 or something. They got bread now, right? Because they had a round. You know how these companies do like round A, round B investments. So like they had got a bunch of money. They got hundreds of millions of dollars in investment and they threw out a contest, right? Which, if anybody is building an app or if anybody is building up any type of MVP and whatnot, and you want to, these are the companies that you can study and whatnot, just to see some of the simple formulas that they're using to galvanize their quote unquote, to keep people coming back, right? Because one of the things with these tools, there's tools that I checked out and my tabs might be open and it'll show me the date that I checked it out 60 days ago, 70, and this is a hot ass tool, but then there's so many other tools that are hotter or as hot that it's like you'll forget about that tool. You feel me? Hicksville, they making sure people don't forget about them. You know what I mean? Because there's an update damn near every other day and they had a sweepstakes and they had like they had an award show, shit like the Grammys and whatnot. I promise you. We're gonna go and check it out and whatnot. What I saw though that they're raising awareness is that some of the top they had like a grand prize winner, but they was giving out awards to about 5 or 6 tiers and whatnot. And the majority of the people that were winning those awards were part of what we call design agencies. You feel me? And what does that mean? They have groups of people that are coming together and they're creating AI design agencies, similar to a design agency where they was doing ads back in the days. Like you had to go to an agency in order to get commercials done, trailers done. When you're in the record industry, they might have a design agency that does album covers and whatnot. My ultimate goal with Imaginarium is a design agency, right? So one of the caveats of what we're doing, walking slowly but improving all of our skills at the same time, is that I want to launch a design agency with some of the top students that coming out of the Imaginarium. What is the design agency gonna provide? A bag. This is where you are able to now lock in quote unquote contracts with bigger companies. I might be able to lock in, you B2B, business to business, or business B to A, business to artists and whatnot, what they're really businesses and whatnot. So you could wind up getting, you know what I mean? You build a design agency and you put out you put some of those designs out there on it, they'll see like a short film. They'll see, we sign up to these contests, sign up to some of these, because Hicksville is not the only one doing contests. And then you just, you show the proof of work. And then you solicit companies and whatnot, bring that money in, bring those clients in, and then boom, you know what I mean? Even if it's something that's a side gig, you getting yourself, it's gonna pay off versus people just using this as a hobby. I was doing a hobby thing for years, this is no longer a hobby. You feel me? This is a viable quote unquote this is a viable business model that we're looking at right now. So I just wanted to throw that out there just to get us a little bit of invigorated and whatnot because it's happening. It is happening, Um, so yeah, I'm very happy for that. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me see. All right.
Just to let you know, I don't have a computer. It's down. It's gone. It's not. I'm on my phone. So
Okay, Francis, it's all good. How is the is it coming through with the Zoom and everything? You can hear us, you can see us good.
yes, I just see a round circle says done speaking, and your microphone is unmuted. Is that everybody's? I see my
Yes.
name at the bottom.
You can see the visuals of the cam of me or just hear me.
No, no, it's dark screen with a green round circle that says done speaking. I
Okay.
guess, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not too familiar with how the mobile gives it up with Zoom. I'm
Oh,
really more familiar with the desktop, I'm more
okay.
familiar with how the desktop thing looks.
All
So
right.
that's why I was inquiring.
Miss Francis, can you slide the screen to the side so that the face can change?
Yep, that might work.
Oh, yeah. Now I see.
Got it.
There
Oh,
you go. Hey
thank you.
Francis, how you doing? All right now. You see that look,
Yeah,
that's all it takes sometimes. Just a little bit of
right.
ingenuity, you know what I mean? Each
Yeah,
we all here to help one another.
that's right. I appreciate it.
Okay. You're gonna get the full experience. You feel me? We don't
Yeah.
want you to get the half experience. We want you to get everything.
Okay.
How's your journey been going? Uh
Slow.
how's everything been going with you?
Uh, I've been okay. I'm still going
Okay.
to my physical therapy, and so the time goes by fast. And like I say, I have to catch up. And
No doubt.
I'm holding on. I'm not giving
Okay,
up. I'm not
no
giving
doubt.
up.
We here, we here. We taking this thing step by step. Like
Yeah.
I promise, we ain't gonna leave nobody behind. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get this right.
Okay. Appreciate it.
All right, all right. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to log into this thing right here. And I also have some good news. We have an event coming up. We have an event coming up, and this is gonna be specifically for those of us who really to tap in, um, but in a little more controlled environment, right? And what do you mean by that, Brother Red? What I mean by that is what we're doing over here with this workshop is beautiful. You know what I mean? And this is how all workshops begin. You know what I'm saying? We're different people, we all live in different places. So we have to make use of what it is that we have, right? It's in front of us, and that's our computers. And we doing this thing weekly. I sat down with my team and we had a long conversation and we were brainstorming and everything. This was right after I did there was an event that I did called Tecmo Bowl or Techno Bowl. And Techno Bowl was very successful primarily because it showed me that one of the better ways that we could teach one another is in person or what we would call IRL. Um, it was very hands-on, the Techno Bowl. You feel me? We were able to assist the people who came through. We were able to help them out and get a lot of things done in a short amount of time. So we decided that we were going to do an event, a lock-in. But then I was saying lock-in, and I apologize because the shit sounds like getting locked up too much. Sound like some jail stuff. So we changed that to boot camp, you know what I mean? Because that's basically what it is that we'll be doing. We're going to be doing boot camp. And the boot camp is going to be a 72-hour boot camp at the end of the month, right? At the end of not the end of this month, of course. It's going to be in April, right? Right around the 420. Shout out to all of my 420 people. And it's going to be in the Carolinas, right? Which is central to a lot of people's location and whatnot. I'm gonna upload some pictures so you can see the land. It's a beautiful land. As a matter of fact, they got something going on this strong in. I might even mosey on down there and whatnot and pitch a tent, you know what I'm saying? And just go ahead and just get grounded in the land and whatnot. So I'm gonna as we move along, we're going to we'll get into all of that. I'll show you more about that, but I just definitely want to put that out there to let y'all know. So boom, this is the flyer right here. Okay, this is the flyer. Um, the reason why I'm holding a lobster, I don't want nobody to think this is a seafood boil, is because what we're gonna be doing in the boot camp is that we're going to be learning about open claw. How many people have heard about open claw outside of me talking about it and whatnot? Because I did mention it a few times on the show.
Not I.
Huh?
I haven't heard it anywhere else except for here with y'all.
Oh, okay.
I heard it in the video, one of those videos that you shared with us that we were kind of watching for homework. This brother was going through open claw versus clawed bot and like all the different
Right.
versions.
Right. Real
Yeah.
quick, I'm gonna drop the Discord link in the chat for anybody that's in the building who hasn't signed up to the Discord. Now is your time. You know what I mean? The link is in the chat. This is a private Discord respectfully. So this is only for us. I will create something that's more public and whatnot. But right now, because this is a paid class and everything, it's a workshop. We want to keep the noise. We just want to keep everybody in this thing together, right? Now, I've been building it out. I'm going to show everyone how I've been building it out and how we this is a good place. The school is great, but the school is basically like school, you know what I mean? It's not where I can't drop a lot of links in the school. I can't really build out classrooms that, I got classrooms in school, but we're gonna really go over here. This is where a lot of the documentation will be at. This is where we'll be able to have watch parties and do some other things. So if you look over to your left, right, these are what you call channels, okay? So in these channels, we have the general page. This is the general page, which would be like the front page and whatnot. There's links, there's artwork, there's people dropping, things that they do. But let's go through the channels. Let's just all get familiar with it because of course, as with everything that we've collectively been learning, some of these things have learning curves to it, and I will not just walk around assuming that everybody knows how to use these things. And I don't want it to become intimidating because that's another thing that can happen. You might not be that tech savvy, and we're going into these places like Discord. Y'all can see the Discord, right? Y'all can see it shared.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to walk us through so we don't become intimidated and be like, man, I give up. Nah, it's all good. I'm literally taking us through a new paradigm. But when you really sit back and look at it, this is the new paradigm that the youth are using. This is the new paradigm that the developers and the programmers and the coders and the tech people and everything. So at the end of the day, where it's still useful, it has its use cases because even after the Imaginarium, now you know how to navigate Discord. You could build your own Discord channel. You could build out your own Discord community. You could use Discord to have private communications because this is more of a encrypted. I'm not going to necessarily say it's decentralized, but it's a lot more encrypted, a lot more private, and a lot more efficient than Facebook, social media, Instagram, and all of these other places where it's just so much noise. And what you have working against you in those places is the algorithm. Okay. So the algorithm these days they switched the algorithm. So now the algorithm is basically before it used to be who you were following and all of that. Now it's algorithmic based and whatnot. It's what you like. So if you watch a video on your Instagram or whatever, it's gonna start sending you videos that are just like that and whatnot. That's cool and everything, but what it does is it drowns you out from exploring new things. You know what I mean? You might want to discover new things and whatnot, but that's not how the algorithm is going to shoot you all type of stuff that they think that you like. You know what I mean? And that's what we call noise and whatnot. They're trying to mimic some of these platforms, but I would say that these are the best type of platforms for now. It may change, but these are some of the best platforms to just build your community, build your what I mean, just build things where it's more signal, less noise. So this is not necessarily they don't call this social media. They have another name for it. I don't know what that name. I forgot what that name is at the end of the day. But let's go through these rooms so we could see what we've been doing over here in the past few days and whatnot. So boom. This is where we're going to be putting our artwork, right? So this is the artwork channel. Show us your artwork. Artwork, show your work. So instead of having your artwork on your page only in your inbox, you feel me? Or your people just be holding on to a lot of stuff. Let's get it all out. Let's put it on this. Let's put it in these channels and whatnot. Let's share, you know what I mean? And that way we have a dedicated room, a dedicated channel where we basically could just see our artwork and whatnot, compare notes, You feel me? And just see what's going on and whatnot. But yeah, that's to show your work. Um, then the next one is the prompts cookbook. So as you've probably seen in the school and whatnot, I might drop a prompt book, but it's a lot going on, and you could miss out on that if you're not on there, that if you're not on school that day, or you know what I mean. So here's a dedicated room, boom, only prompts. It's the prompts cookbook. So there's a bunch of prompts, links to prompts, seed dance, nano banana, all of these prompts, and the prompts are definitely the cheat code, especially with this new form of content creating that like Hicksville is mastering with the Cinema 2 and everything. Is really prompt. It's the prompts are the key now. Okay. The prompts are the key. So we got the prompts all up in here, and feel free, I'm building this out, but I'm bringing in other people to add on and whatnot. So if there's certain things that, I believe that y'all have permission to drop links in here as well. And if it's not, I could just tweak it to where I'll open it up and you'll be able to drop links in there as well. I just ask everybody to keep it within the parameters of the channels. The next one is how to make AI videos, right? And that's a big thing because, of course, a lot of us want to get into making these AI videos. We want to step it up, you know what I mean? And we want to use what we've been learning to incorporate and to make these videos. So, this room right here, this channel is basically all about making AI videos, YouTube links, blogs, whatever it is that will help us in this quest and whatnot. Here it is in this room, right? So create Nollywood movies with AI for free. How many of y'all used to watch Beyonce, the Nollywood, the Nigerian movies?
Never heard of it.
Okay.
I have.
You in for a surprise.
Yeah,
You in for a
I
surprise. That's like their biggest movie franchise, the Beyonce series. And when you think about it, Nollywood, if you were to make some Nollywood movies and target a Nigerian audience, you're talking about a place where they're tech savvy over there. You feel me? And it's a lot of them, you know, and they got bread. You know what I'm saying? Like they do have it. Don't don't be fooled and whatnot. And you could go viral. You hit the right piece of content with the Nigerians, you'll be out of here. So this is definitely a market that I would explore with the stories. Once again, this is all about really telling stories in a compelling way and using this AI to tell some very good stories and to captivate the minds of the people. And also, of course, to teach them at the same time. But once again, I can't tell nobody how to do what they do. You know what I mean? I'm not here. I'm not the creation police. You could create whatever your heart tells you to create. It is what it is. Feel free. Um, Here's open claw. Matter of fact, we'll watch this video, not this moment, but we'll check out the open claw concepts, all of the concepts for open claw to get a better understanding. Because I just don't want to say, you be like, what the hell is an open claw? Let me say something before I move on. Um, the way that it lined up was crazy. But after I came back from my trip in Colombia, I remember doing final 9 to 5. I did a lecture and whatnot for the final 9 to 5. And at that time, Claude Cowork didn't exist and Open Claude didn't exist. But I literally was like in the thing I was expressing what we need or what I was looking for, what I was wishing for. And I swear to God, it couldn't be but 2 days later, this thing went viral. Now, Open Claw, in my humble opinion, is like the iPhone moment in AI. This is the biggest thing since ChatGPT, if that makes any sense. There's nothing else, to be honest with you, that has come out that's bigger than this that has more of a better use case and really signals the arrival of AI as a power tool in a utilization than OpenClaw. Everything else was just building up to that moment. And it's a viral sensation. Every other company is copying the framework. And then this week, the people at Nvidia, which is a $4 trillion company, the biggest, right? They basically unveiled their own version of the open claw called Nero Claw. I think it's called Nero Claw. But homie to be wearing the Chinese dude, the head of Nvidia, he basically was like, this is the most important AI tool that has come out in the last 5 years or something. Like he gave it this, he's the big dog in this space, and he gave it that stamp. And once he gave it that stamp, it just went up further. You know what I mean? So because corporate America, the billionaires are watching him. You know what I mean? People around the world are paying attention. So once he stamped it, it was stamped for life. Okay. So Open Claw is a monster and it's free.
Wow.
It's free. It's open source. And if anybody remembers, I've been praising open source, saying, look, whoever, when it comes to us, right? Open source is our way in. You understand? We're not necessarily open AI type of people. We're not with the private thing. As you can see how they're moving, that's not our movement. They're not for us like that. They're about surveillance and all kind of other BS. We are the open source crowd. You feel me? We're with the democratized technology. We're with the technology that the people built. So open source basically means that there's people around the world building tools and they're putting it out for the community. They're not monopolizing. They're not big tech and whatnot. They're not trying to militarize and then do all of these things with these technology. These are considered to be the good guys. That would, you know what I mean? So it's open source, it's for the people, it's free, but it's not the easiest thing to learn. That's henceforth why it's going to take a few days to get everything in alignment. By the time you leave that boot camp, you're going to be leveled up on so many different levels. You're going to have, I called the boot camp, though, I said the 100 income streams. That was a vision of mine that I've been having since 2020, maybe even before that. But I think my first lecture on the 100 income streams was in 2020. None of this existed before. To get 100 income streams back then, you had to work. You know what I mean? You had to put in some work. Now it's a reality. Well, you could do it by yourself, or you could get with you could build a team up, three or four y'all, and you out of here. But like I said, with the Hicksfield thing, these people who was winning these prizes, none of them live in the same state. There was a dude from America, and he tapped in with some dude from Belgium and whatnot, and they connected through the internet, and they made this. They made a short film, and he won $150,000. Right. So this is how people are building right now in the cloud, workspaces in the cloud. They're connecting via the internet and building in the cloud dedicated workspaces. That's similar to what Imaginarium is. I don't want to talk. I don't want to jump out I don't like talking about things before they're in their completed stages. But promise you, Imaginarium is going to turn into something that is going to blow the lid off of anything that's been out here. I'm just taking my time and whatnot. But ultimately, Imaginarium is not a workshop. It literally is an operating system. It's an app. You know what I mean? It's going to be an app. It is going to be it's going to be huge. But everything comes in phases. So the first phase is the workshop. But I want people to come out of this workshop that is going to be a part of this company that we're building so we could all get busy and reap the rewards. It would be crazy of me to reach out to somebody that I don't know, that I haven't built with, that wasn't in class in order to be down with this. And it's like, nah, we right here. You know what I'm saying? We're getting our sword sharpened right now. We getting acclimated, you know? So let me move forward. All right. So this is the how to make AI videos. As you can see, um, take some time out. You know what I mean? The videos are self-explanatory. Each one of them have value in it, and each one of them, I didn't randomly just put any video in there. You feel me? I've curated. I've carefully curated amongst the hundreds, there's thousands of videos on YouTube about all of this stuff. So I was very careful to curate the right type of videos and put it in here so everybody could benefit and is going to stay focused. There's a video on how to get unlimited AI video and also how to get AI video where it's unrestricted or uncensored. You know what I mean? Behave yourselves. I'm just saying you to be good. You know what I'm talking about? But you could get uncensored AI video, AI image making and stuff like that. It's all here. You know what I mean? These videos will tell you how to do it. The next one, how to build your brand. Okay. Now this is imaginarium. This is about, you people may say, well, what? No, imaginarium is we covering everything. Your brand is what you create. You are your brand. So how to build your brand. That is very important. There makes no sense to build anything if it's not going to be branded. You're gonna be frustrated if you taking all of this time burning all of these tokens. You feel me? You spend all of this you spend all of this quote unquote laborious time over here, and then you create something, but nobody clicks it. Nobody likes it. Nobody is going to bite the quote unquote the line, and nobody's take no, 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 no. There's a science to this, right? There's multi-billion dollar brand companies out here, multi-million dollar transnational brands and whatnot. And this is what they do. Okay. They spend big budgets on products to get them in front of you so you could buy it. You know what I mean? Like to sell something like this, it might sell itself, but there's campaigns that you got to put behind this. There's marketing that goes into this. There's market research that goes into this. You're going to have to brand this. You feel me? You got to put a logo or a name on this stuff so when somebody sees it, they can identify it, right? Branding, very, very important, right? How to build your brand. One of the greatest things that has come along in the last 30 years is this AI, right? To help you brand, right? Once again, there's 100,000 people that lost a job since Trump got in office, right? But if those 100,000 people was able to sit in front of me and my team and whatnot, they wouldn't be unemployed. They wouldn't care. They would be like, thank you. I got time. I know what to do now. I got the game. Of course, everybody is not ready to do things like that, but some are. Okay. So my goal and what I want to do is I'm looking for those 100,000. I'm about to hit up Elon and be like, yo, is this Doge? Can I get the list of the people y'all fired? Because I'm about to send them an email. I want to empower these black women in DC that was working in the feds that got chopped and whatnot from their job. I want to help them boss up. I want to help the brothers how to find grants, the brothers and sisters. There's all of these grants, even though they cut DEI and they sliced a lot of that grant money, it's still money out there in the grant world. You just have to reword that shit. You can't put nothing in the grants anymore that deal with race. They cut all that out. You can't do, oh, I want to do a grant for niggas with non-ether. You ain't gonna get the money. You ain't gonna get the money. I want to do a grant for the melanated. Nah, that not during Trump's reign. you gotta wait on Kamala Part 2 or something. You just have to, but it's a pivot. It's a pivot. And when we learn how to pivot, we all right. We're gonna be good and whatnot. But outside of that pivot, it's like build your own, you know what I mean? Instead of even looking for them to give you a cut a check and whatnot, there's gonna be ways in order to do things moving forward. It's the only thing that's going on that people have to pay attention. It's a shift taking place. It's just a shift taking place. It's not a negative. It's just a shift. And things happen, shifts happen all the time. There's a shift in the monetary system. As you know, the shit is going digital. I mean, you can see the writing on the wall. There's a shift. It's called the Industrial Revolution 4.0. But like I tell people before, all of the industrial revolutions had to do with technology. When the cotton gin came along or the cotton mill, when the goddamn when the book, what was that with the books? When they was able to make multiple books now. The printing press. When the printing press came out and people were writing books manually, and it was like, ah man, they put us out of work, right? But what did the printing press wind up doing? Before the printing press, you was able to get a certain volume of books because the human hand could only move but so fast. Then when the printing press came out, it 100x the production of books and whatnot. When the cotton mill or the cotton gin came out, it took the beast of burden, the ox, the horse, the mule, black men and women picking cotton with their hands and whatnot, and then it went into the machines. Then you have the rise of the factories, the rise of all of this stuff, the rise of the warehouses and things of that nature. Now we have automation, we have agents that are working for us, we have this new industrial revolution. And that's where we are right now. So that shift is very uncomfortable because people are kind of confused. It is not the job of CBS. It is not the job of 60 Minutes. It is not the job of CNN, Fox 5. It is not their job to give you the game. That's not what they get paid for. They really get paid to scare you. They really get paid to put you in a quote unquote pessimistic mind state. These people are not on the news giving out pep talks and whatnot. They're not on a nightly news, building up your spirit and whatnot. No, they're breaking it down. So to look for answers or to hang on to words that the press or the media is throwing out there, as we can see, the media is a bunch of liars and they're all controlled and whatnot. So that's not the route to take. I block that noise out. I don't even want to hear what they got to say. I would go and do the research and draw my own conclusions. Okay. So with that being said, let's build our brands. And these videos that I have in the brand build, these videos right here are mind blowing. So much information. I don't want anybody to overlook any of these quote unquote gems that we have available because sometimes when things are like, like when things are just there, people overlook things. You know what I mean? They don't pay, they don't give it that much, you know. Please, if you don't do anything, take some time out and just study some of this stuff. Click on the links, have your Claude or your AI with you, write questions down, and go to the AI and ask it if there's certain words or if there's certain apps or if there's certain tools and whatnot that they're dropping. Write a list of it. I was telling y'all before, this is like a cheat code and whatnot. What do? I take a lot of notes, right? So I'll take notes and then I'll take the notes, I'll write it, and I'll write whatever I'm researching, right? Take the notes, and then I'll take a picture of it with the camera, with the phone and whatnot, and then I'll upload it into the AI, and then I'll just start talking to the AI. Like, yo, can you explain this for me? Can you break this down? Can you I write a tool, I say, give me a list of all of the tools that are just like this tool right here. Give me all of the use cases that I could use this tool for. I got a budget of, let's say, $1,000. I want to turn that into $10,000. Here's three tools. Tell me what to do to make that happen. There was an article just now that I read where somebody took $1,000, gave it to the AI, and it turned it into $15,000 in a few days, betting on what? Prediction market, because the AI is a computational machine. It crunches data better than a human can. So it could predict better than a human can. So now they got the AI working in on the prediction market, and the bags is running up. Because the news is not hard to predict right now. Everything is kind of like really out there. All right, they're bombing the oil. That shit is about to go up. I'm gonna bet on that. You know what I mean? Not me personally, but that's what they're doing. Okay. Um, so boom, how to build your brand, right? This is dope. I got Twitter links. Uh, One of the great things I don't know what people do on Twitter, but I would say that Twitter is the best site out of all of the when it comes to information, when it comes to up to date information, there's nothing rocking. I don't even know about LinkedIn. That website X, that is the best website that you could go to for information. You feel me? The white boys, they almost had me ready to forgive them for all of the atrocities. They be giving shit up, yo. I don't know about everywhere else where they be at, but they be giving up the game over there. They do not gatekeep on Twitter or X. They give up a lot of stuff over there. And they've been throwing stuff at me since this AI thing popped off, you know? So it's very hard to be without options these days. It's very hard to be like down and out and be like, oh, I'm down on my luck. It's very hard to kind of like justify that mind state. Once again, turn the news off, turn all of the noise off. You feel me? Turn the reality shows and all of this other stuff. Turn the comparison things. All of that shit is the social media is kind of cooking us because they got us in comparison mode, trying to keep up with the Jones. You know, what
Red,
I mean?
red,
Anxiety,
like
all of that.
I can't even. I'm like, all right, that's what I've been trying to do, but I'm not in a situation where I could turn all that stuff off. That's why I was trying to find somebody that I could connect with because I'm not saying I can't. I just don't have the authority to do so. I'm in a
Right,
small space, and I just can't move how I want to move, that's why I can't get the things I need to get done
right,
in the speed that I want to get done. But if I could hook up with somebody, and then it's I got a library right here, but taking all my stuff, it's challenging, but I'm working through. I'm telling you, I'm
right,
working. I'm in here.
right. And make that a goal of yours, right? Write out what you call your pain points. Okay? Write them out. And articulate what it is. Like just sit down and write out the pain points. Right? Boom, boom, boom. It might be five, it might be 10 of them. And then you could either come to one of us, a human being, or you could come to the AI. Now, one of the main things that we've been doing over the past few classes is we've been showing the family how to personalize their AI. And in this workshop, we decided to go with Claude over ChatGPT. We made the decision. We said we're going to rock with Claude because Claude has, in my humble opinion, it has more capabilities, it's smarter, and it's a little more personal. Like you could get more personal, and especially when you load when you basically have it learn who you are, so it knows who I am. It knows who I loaded it up with computer with my YouTube transcripts, my social media, all type of stuff. I'm just loading it up with who I am. So now when I go to it with a personal issue, it's pulling from all of this data that it has on me. It doesn't have to give me a generic answer. It's like, nah, I know who Red Pill is. So I know what Red Pill needs. You feel me? So that's what the personalization of the apps will help you do. And I'll show you before we get out of here tonight how to do that again with Claude and whatnot, what to do to get Claude acclimated to you. right? And I'm only saying that to you personally because if you decide to go to the AI and get some solutions, you're going to want to go to an AI that knows you because you're talking about personal solutions about you personally. You're going to want to go to one of the apps that are more acclimated to who you are. Other than that, you could come to a human being and you could break down some of the things and y'all could troubleshoot and whatnot. Once again, if not tonight on this, because tonight we're going to do a little bit of reflection for the class. We're going to go over some things and whatnot. But our ultimate goal is we're building out the POD, the pod and whatnot. So once we build these pods out, you're going to have people that you're going to be working with. So, and we definitely are encouraging the people that are in the pods. We're gonna be working with each other at least 3 days out of the 7 day week and whatnot. You feel me? Outside of the class, we'll be linking up either on the Discord or in school and whatnot, and we'll be doing mini assignments. Okay. And once again, why I'm doing the boot camp is exactly what you said. I got 100 tabs open. I get on one thing and then I might let's say that I'll read an article on Open Claw that's on like Twitter. I'm reading the article and then the article has a hyperlink. It mentions some other shit and I click on the link and it takes me to the other shit and I forget about that I was reading. The initial post is like 10 tabs away because I'm on top of all of these other things that's piquing my interest, right? And I don't even get back to that 3 weeks later because time is moving so fast. So, to alleviate some of these situations and whatnot, we are going to lock in. I'm going to get the Ferrari bag, whatever that's called, where you got to put your phone in it. No phones. We're not doing the phones. You know what I'm talking about? We're gonna be off grid. We're not gonna be in no Airbnb. We're gonna be off grid outside, right? We're gonna be grounding during the day. Matter of fact, let's go over there real quick to see what's happening in the with this vision that we have.
Hey, Ray, what state, I mean, what city in North Carolina?
Um, it's
Polkton.
right outside of Charlotte. Let me pull that up.
Say Polkton, North Carolina.
Fulton County. Yeah,
Okay.
they say it's like 40 minutes outside of NC and whatnot. So black owned land, right? Or melanated owned land, you know, good people too. I've been building with them and whatnot. Good people. Okay. So that is one of the main reasons why this boot camp makes a lot of sense. So once we lock in and get certain things acclimated, now you'll be like, all right, I know how to use claw code. The claw code is cold. When I say it's cold, the shit is cold. It is one of the best tools ever. You know what I mean? Claw, open claw is great, but they got right now. It's a lot of competition because it's a lot of great things that are out here. But it's like you will for you will it will go over your head and you won't even realize what you can do if you don't hear about it. You know what I mean? So it's a lot going on. So we kind of gotta like hanker down and just knock some things out. But this is it right here. This is the boot camp, right? And they got the claw, the claw like Moses, you know what I mean? Coming down with instead of the tablets, we coming down from the mountain with the claw, you know? So we're gonna be in North Carolina. Polkton, North Carolina. Polkton. Okay. And let me see. So this is for the digital nomad, right? The brothers and sisters who want to go ahead and start moving around and don't want to be stuck in one place. You just want to move around. You might want to wake up in Thailand or Bali and whatnot and work on your website or, just work on your projects and whatnot. You might want to move around as it gets warm and whatnot. There's people that are basically rural warriors now. They living out of their RVs and their trailers and whatnot. They are, but I want to help equip them to be like, here's some digital nomad juice right here. Here's some use cases that you could utilize. Here's some income streams that you could utilize while you're doing your digital nomad thing. There may be somebody that wants to do that, but they like, how am I gonna make money in Africa? How am I make money if I'm going to Central America, South America? Da 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 da. All right, you a digital nomad. You know what I mean? You could have the Clawbot build websites while you out here in waterfalls and chilling and whatnot. It's gonna send you a notification. Your website is ready. You know, you go pick up your website, and it's just stuff. It's a lot of crazy things. The entrepreneur, right? The entrepreneur, who wants to build something, the entrepreneur who wants to become a serial entrepreneur. You might want to expand and become an entrepreneur and open up new income streams. You might be an entrepreneur that's kind of stuck because you don't know what tools to use. You don't know how to automate your business and whatnot. Well, you'll know when you leave the boot camp. The unemployed and the underemployed. The job market is shifting underneath everyone's feet right now. The people who understand how to deploy AI will not be replaced by it. Come get ahead of the curve before the window closes. All right. So the environment, we're gonna be off grid, 1 hour from North Carolina, from Charlotte, that is, tucked away from the noise, the algorithm, and the distraction economy. Bring your tent, bring your hammock, or park your trailer. This is a camping style lock-in. Come prepared to sleep under the sky. Food is catered. We're gonna have vegan and non-vegan options. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna this is not, once again, this is not the food police. You know what I mean? I'm not finna be policing nobody's stomach. You know, you have the right to eat whatever you want to eat. But we will have some catering for that ass, and we will not be doing ham hocks. Okay, we ain't gonna be frying no pigs and whatnot. But we will basically have an assortment of food for the fam. Nature is part of the curriculum. We're not doing 72 hours of screen time. The schedule includes sun gazing, right? So when we rise, we're gonna get right the right way. We're gonna, because I said it before, when it comes to the AI, you want your mind to be as sharp as possible. Hold a minute. Y'all can see me sharing the screen?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
Oh,
see it.
you want your mind to be as sharp as possible. You got to think, you know what I mean? This is a thinking man's game right now. Like, there's times where I'm sitting and I'm like, it's so much opportunity that's going on with the AI, but it might be too much because I'm trying to put together these grand ideas. You feel me? And it's like I gotta get out of the distraction. You know what I mean? I might get brain fog and I might get distracted, and it's like it's gonna take all of this brainstorming. So now we need to implement what is known as the mastermind principle. Napoleon Hill speaks about this in Think and Grow Rich. The mastermind principle is that one brain is great, but two brains are greater. And then four brains are even greater than that. You know what I mean? So it's gonna come a time where we're gonna have to brainstorm and mastermind together and whatnot. Because whereas I might hit a brick wall, there's somebody who is a solutionary just come break that wall down. Like, nah, maybe we do it this way. Oh damn, I never seen it. All right, let's go. And then another person who's engineer, developer minded, they may be like, nah, but you know that you could do this and you could do that, and you didn't know that you could do this, and you could connect it with the MCP, and you could connect it with this, and da 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 da. So this is what's needed right now. A little bit of brainstorming and great minds coming together, okay, to do what? Problem solve and to quote unquote troubleshoot and to build. So we're going to be doing sun gazing, grounding, breath work, stretching and movement, and a little bit of workouts. I ain't talking about, we're not going to be hitting the super weights and whatnot, but we will be doing some calisthenics. You feel me? We will be doing, just some good exercises to get the blood flowing and to get us feeling good and whatnot. When you feel good, you think good. When you get up in the early rising and you tap in, you eating good, you tapping in, you breathing, you stretching, you grounding, you sun gazing. $1 million ideas are gonna start flowing. Versus if you wake up at noon and you groggy and you know what I'm saying, you just sit right in front of the computer, that's not really going to benefit you right now. Okay. So you cannot build sovereign technology systems from a depleted body. We activate the human first, then we activate the machine. Of course, V Cell CMOS will be in the building. We'll have the Shilajit. If you're not familiar with that, that's from the Himalaya mountains. This is real good when it comes to focusing. We got the gummies and whatnot.
I
We'll
just
have some
ordered,
lion's
I
mane.
just ordered those gummies, but I've been on that sea moss for the past 2 months. That
Man,
I'm on
man, oh
that
man.
that berry banana one. Oh my,
Yes. Woo! You know, my favorite is the one, the blue one. It
the
tastes
blue
like,
one. Yeah,
yeah,
yes.
it tastes like
I've had
cake.
4 jars of that.
Yeah, I
That's the
love
one
that blue.
the kids will do that one.
The kids do that one. That's the one you throw in the babies immediately. That like that is baby food and it's food for the elders.
Yes, it is.
You hear me?
Yeah, I love I love it.
No doubt. So we're gonna have that in the building. Blue Pill got products. We're gonna have that in the building as well. He got some tea, he got some honey. He has this, he got a tea. If anybody out here got diabetes or they had problems with their sight, I'm gonna connect you to Blue. Blue helped a sister who just had a baby and she was having complications and she went blind in one of her eyes because of her diabetes, no, her lupus. And Blue in about 4 days was able to bring her sight back. I'm not capping. I'm gonna bring him on the show so he could talk about it. But he has discovered he turned his whole house into a farm.
I just got
Yep.
my
Him.
tea today. It,
Okay. Yeah,
it
yeah.
just
We need
arrived
some.
today.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna need some videos and whatnot where people could give us some testimonies because him and the brother H Factor, I'm very proud of what they've been doing. They definitely have hit a special mark and whatnot with this research that they've been doing, and they're not just talking about it; they're living it. For anybody that's out there that wants to turn their living quarters into an indoor farm, the brother got an indoor growing I'm talking about they got food growing outside because they got land and whatnot, but he got an indoor. Like the walls have he's growing food on the walls. He got the it's Craig got the humidifier in the basement. They got this big square like a Saturn cube. They growing the mushrooms in there, like infrared lights. It is impressive. I'll just say that. So they develop a kit, whereas they now could help people build it in their house and whatnot. So think about buying a fix up property or sitting on a fix up property or having a property that you might not be doing anything with. Well, that property could turn into a farmer's market. You feel me? I shared the story about going to the farmer's market and and walking out of there feeling like I got stuck up and robbed and hit over the head and whatnot. You know what I'm talking about? I'm like, God damn, 450 for some vegetables and fruits, man. Like, you feel me? I really felt violated because I did not know that food was that expensive. You know what I'm saying? I'm with that. I still got the 2020 mind and whatnot. I'm like, shit doesn't change. So with mushrooms costing $4 or $5, and you might want to begin to think about growing shit in the house. Look at what's going on with Iran. They're about to have a shortage of the food in a minute. This whole thing with the fertilizer and the sulfur is real. So when they hit the panic button, if you growing and whatnot, if you growing and you got some shit already in progress, you're not gonna be panicking. You're not gonna panic. So let's get on top of that. And I don't like to fear monger. I don't, and I'm sure y'all don't. Y'all not gonna interpret that as fear mongering. It's just basically prepping. We're prepping. We are preppers. Okay. let me get you the link to this boot camp. And before tonight is over, I'll drop the link for Blue and his for Blue and the tea and the honey. And he's calling it a farmy, like an army, because the brother H Factor happens to be a West Point. He's out of West Point. So they're bringing the whole army approach, but it's a farmy, play on the words and whatnot. So yeah, let us continue. All right, let's go over to Higgsville. Um, Once again, we saw what was no. Let's continue with the let's finish with the Discord for everybody because I want y'all to all know with the Discord. Okay, so there goes the link for one royal purple sea moss for the tea. That's blue site, right? Let's go back to the Discord. Okay. So how to build anything, right? Look, this could even be like once again, we're gonna have watch parties, right? We'll be able to watch videos together on Discord. That's one of the great things about Discord. You could watch the videos together. So we could have a watch party, we could take notes, we could learn together, we could get it right, right? So how to build anything, right? So Perplexity Computer. There's a Perplexity basically copied Clawbot and it came out with something called Perplexity Computer. It controls your computer. It controls your computer, but not only does it control your computer, it is automated. It can build anything that you this shit is crazy. It's just crazy, right? So Perplexity and Claude together could basically build you out landing pages, websites, presentations, mobile apps, uh, uh, um, what else? Mobile apps, web apps. It's just whatever you want. It's really about where your mind could take it. How to build a $1 million one person business faster with AI, right? How to build a 1 million one person business. So you might say, F everybody, I'm just going to do this on my own. You might just get fed up with waiting on people. You might have been let down by some people. You know what I mean? You just might be like, I feel like I could do it on my own. You could do it now. Prior to that, it was gonna take a lot to do these things. But now you could be what they call a unicorn, a multi-million dollar business on your own. You only have to have the right idea. You're not gonna be $1 million business with the wrong idea. You just gotta strike the right idea. But there's so many of us that have books like this filled up with information and notes, right? And our ideas, right? All of this stuff needs to come out. These pages need to come into fruition. We got to go into our journals, our notebooks, and whatnot. And this is the time. This was the buildup to get right here because now you could strike. Now you could build. Now you can make these ideas come into fruition, and then sprinkle some sauce on it that you probably didn't even know that you could sprinkle on it. You know what I mean? We're here now. We have arrived. Okay. And I'm not just saying this shit on some feel good stuff. I'm saying it because it's like, I wish more people were saying it. You know what I mean? I wish more of us were saying it, but it's just, it is what it is. You know what I mean? We can't wait for everybody to come to the party. If we're at the party early, we just got to take advantage of being early at the party. So this helps you build better websites with Claude Code. This is the full tutorial how to use OpenClaw to build a business that runs itself, right? NVIDIA's Nemo Claw. Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all another trick, right? Give me a minute. I'm gonna show you another trick because these videos, all of this shit could be overwhelming. Like, damn, Red, I don't got that much time in a day. It's a lot going on with these videos. How am I gonna watch all of these videos? How am I gonna learn all of this stuff? That's not possible. I'm gonna show you how to do it in a minute. Give me 1 second. But this is how to build anything. It's very extensive. I will be adding more information into it. But right now is loaded up, right? How to make comics. right? How to make comics. That's another channel. How to make comics. Higgsfield Masterclass. So if you ever went on Higgsfield and was like, God darn it, it's so much going on. I don't understand how to use it. Well, come to the masterclass. The ultimate tutorial. He's gonna walk you through it step by step. Mid Journey, the new Mid Journey just dropped yesterday. Here's the Mid Journey, right? As you can see, people are making comic books, just showing, panels and whatnot. Shout out to all of the students. Uh, Mahal, Keita got a whole book, Shout out to her. Seamoss, Unveiled, Legend. All right, let's support her. Okay, let's support her. Let me see if there's a link for it. I'm gonna ask her to drop the link. We gotta support each other, especially when we do things like this, because her success story is our success story. Okay? Got to start rewarding one another so we could begin to we reward one another so we can encourage other people to do that. All right? So this is the workshop Imaginarium. This is where I'll be dropping PDFs in here. This is all related to the class. Okay? This is all related to the class. So that's one of the, and then boom, new tools. This is the toolbox, or this is the tool shed right here. I'll be dropping a lot of new tools in here. I'll be dropping a lot of new tools in here. So this is the thing for new tools. All right. So if you ever want to see what new tools are out, and I really got to update this because there's so many new tools. But this is the new tools, okay? And then boom, this is the Imaginarium session one. I'm gonna build session one all the way to session seven. That is something that I'll be doing this strong in. And this is where the cliff notes go. This is where basically a lot of the information for each session will go into each one of these channels. So when you want to revisit, let's say that you watch session two and you want to get a little more insight, or you want to put some of your insight, you come here and you drop it in here. You know what I mean? You drop your PDF or you drop your research in there. So yeah. So that's the
Uh, sorry, I came a little bit late. Have you already explained about the pod? Because I tried uploading my pod results on there, but I couldn't.
no, I have not explained that yet. And we have
Oh, okay.
the pod. I said that's a room that I still gotta put the pod room together. So you're good. When let's with the results of that, you could share that with me via school right now, and I'll be able to run your results through the quote unquote aggregator, and I'll be able to bring the results to you. I'm working on the HTML. The HTML basically is what HTML is versus a PDF. Like if I share a PDF with you, it's static. Like you can't really. It's just you could just read on. It's read only. HTML is when you see something interactive, like those sites that are interactive. They have like Flash and all of that in them. That's the HTML. So I'm working on how to take the HTML for the assessment test and put it somewhere where basically I could take the HTML, put it somewhere, and it will be live and it will be basically alive or interactive so everybody could do their assessment test. I'm still working on that. Let me
Okay.
drop.
Thanks for asking that question, Peter, because I had took my went to take the audio off to ask the same thing about where do we get it so I can do my
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The pod, I'll have the pod up no later than tomorrow. And another thing, before I forget, we got a special guest coming in for the vibe coding class on Saturday, inshallah. And he has a presentation. This brother is an animator. He comes out of the 3D world. He was doing 3D animations for us about when we had the Netaverse, when we had Yeah, this was like 2022. So the brother been doing this thing way before the AI, but now he's incorporating AI into his workflow. He's gonna come tomorrow and show us how to basically the fundamentals on making an AI film. All right. So we're looking, if y'all have the if you have some time tomorrow, I know people be busy. We will be recording it, so you will have access to the replay of the Vibe Code session. But just look out for that. That will be next. That'll be tomorrow
Are you looking
evening.
at about 1 o'clock or so?
Yeah, yeah. Earliest noon. The earliest noon. Um, let's check out Higgsville real quick. I just want to show y'all some of the new things going on over there, right? Let's see what they got going on over there. Once again, it's not the best site in the world, but this might be the best. I mean, they, you know what I mean? Like they just stepped it up. You know what I'm saying? They continue to step it up. Uh, they obviously know what they're doing. Okay, and just since we've been in this workshop, just since we've been doing this workshop, Imaginarium, compared to where they were before we started, they have leveled up on. I mean, it's nonstop with them. It's nonstop. It's so much going on that you might be like, I can't. It's too much. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. It's just a lot. But
Yeah.
don't be intimidated. I'm going to walk you through, and I also have the video where other people will walk you through. This is a cakewalk. They made this shit this is a cakewalk, I promise you. It just might look a little intimidating, but it is literally a cakewalk, and they're making it easier every single time they drop a new tool and whatnot. They're making it more user friendly. So, with that being said, let's check this out. Okay. What they have launched is this right here. They've launched a original series called Arena Zero. All of this was made with the tools that they just dropped for about a month ago. This was all made with the new tools and whatnot. Let's check it out.
I know this build is bugged as hell, but go down already. Piece of shit. These hitboxes are so awful. Not now. I said not now. Leave it under the door.
I'm getting my stuff. Just need to grab a few things.
What a rat hole. So, that's your new guy? Damn, not a big of upgrade down here.
You know why I broke up with you? Because you're a pathetic loser with no meaning in your life.
I don't need it, bitch. Oh, I'm pathetic. Yeah, okay. Like you're any better, bitch. Dude, get out of my face!
Your face is about to not exist! Get up!
Hey, who are you?
Hello, my beautiful freaks. Did you miss me? Oh, I know you did. Tonight we have a warrior from the mysterious planet Earth. Ugh, even the name sounds dirty.
What the fuck is going on? Where am I? May I offer my goddess a drink?
His opponent comes all the way from planet Gnid. Hello. Come to Zicky, big boy.
Ai, nu izroga mi garuta.
15 seconds, babies! Let the games begin!
dreaming?
Let's start from the beginning. Okay, eyes on me! 1,000 worlds! Each one's got its thing! We're at this one! And right now, we're on Planet Zero! This is where it happens! Intergalactic fight! Every world! Right here! No more battles. One champion per world. He loses, world's gone. Done. Nerve picked you. No pressure. Destiny, I... Yes. Oh, wait. Earth's been here before. 66 million years ago. Wrong guy. Anyway, I'm Hokey, your bro for all of this. Now you gotta pick your item. And oh no! 10 seconds!
What the hell is this anime bullshit? Movement speed is always meta.
You! They gave you a sword and you picked shoes?
Nice.
We're gonna die because of sneakers!
Let's...
I was processing.
You have a strategy!
My strategy is... Rise!
Oh, that came right off.
No, don't touch it!
Hold still!
Are you gonna spit on me? Don't you dare! He spit on me! On my injury! What kind of medical system is this?
It's healing slime. Just
it's moving.
wait.
Why is it moving? Make it stop!
That means it's working!
Go. I wanna go home. My bed. This stupid chair.
Stop the bleeding temporarily. You die. This is real. Die, you'll planet dive. Everyone you've ever known died, and I die too.
Okay. Hey. If this is a game, and they gave me inventory to fight, then these sneakers aren't just shoes, right? They're a weapon. Gotta be power in them, some kind of...
Let me check the specs. Okay, so they appear to be super fast. Leo? Oh no! Well, that's -5 HP.
Okay. Let's speedrun this shit.
Badass!
Hey! I'm coming for you! You wait and see! You hear me? Your ass is mine!
He doesn't care!
I noticed!
What if he just gets tired?
He won't!
How do you know?
This species doesn't get tired!
What?
So boring. I'm not letting this slide.
Oh, go! What's that clock?
Death timer! Nobody wins in 3 minutes! They killed both!
Both?
Both!
Great! Just great!
Krutka, Josu Vraxa, Jorga Kriva.
I'm not dying today.
New ability?
There's a symbol.
Go!
Short legs. All that mass. Once he's down, stuck.
You have a plan?
I know how to beat him. Let's go.
Żegwar! Żokryta! Żosotrykryta! Żakiem żokryta kryt!
Did I win?
You won!
Cool. Can I have my arm back?
Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, what a fight by our warrior in underwears, Leo! Now go, rest, heal, because your next battle is in 48 hours. And now, the part you've all been waiting for, the destruction of Planet
Yeah. As you can see, they are stepping it up with damn near with Hollywood level type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? This is as you can see, they got a 10-part series, right? And it is, they got a whole bunch of other people that are on it as well. So now they are launching. Remember they did the
We have confirmed the
y'all
asteroid's
was with us
trajectory.
before. They were doing the contest. So now after the contest, they started launching these original series, but they're just letting people know that we all could do it if we know how to do it. And this is what we'll be covering tomorrow with my guest. He's going to show us how to do the steps that it's going to take to make films like this or short series like this. But we're literally in that epoch now of the original series. So once again, this is livicated. I don't like using the word dedicated, but this is livicated to my creatives that are out there who got the stories, right? The people who've been writing stories. This is your time because, those stories will be interpreted as these quote unquote original series that you'll be creating either on Hicksfield or on whatever you wind up using. You know what I mean? Whatever creative studio you decide to go with. My game of choice, I'm gonna be rocking with Hicksfield for right now. I'm gonna master the Hicksfield tools, and then I'll begin to move around and do some other things. But this is the best, in my humble opinion. Other people may think differently, but in my humble opinion, this is the best ticket in town right now to create an AI film at a super duper reasonable budget. Think about the budget, right? Thinking about the budget. Think about how much you would have spent any other time to put out quality like this. You know, it would have cost you. Okay, so we're definitely we are in some good times right now because, you know, once again, you could bring that idea to life effortlessly. Okay. It's not going to happen overnight. You might not be able to make that 10-minute clip in one day, but I don't know. Maybe you can. I would never tell nobody what they can and can't do and whatnot. Leslie said that they taking my money. Yeah, that, uh, it can get expensive if you just get happy over there and you just there's been days where I was on Hicksfield maybe for 8 hours straight just using it, you know what I mean? And like I tell people, my mentality when it comes to apps like that I like to use is I treat it like I'm putting gas in my car, you know? There may be a day that I leave and I got to drive around and handle a lot of business and I'm doing a lot of things. Well, I'm filling my tank up as I do that. That's my budget to move around and handle things. In order for the car to move, I got to put gas in it. And I've been able to and thank God gas ain't going crazy right now, but even when it does go crazy, I still have to factor that part of the budget in. So it's the same mentality that I'm using for these tools. I'm gassing my vehicle. You feel me? Because I'm going places and I'm making moves and whatnot, you know? But I'm gassing up that I'm filling my tank up. You know, some people Leslie said they got us filling the tank like it's a semi cross county truck. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like, you know, it depends on where you traveling to. New York to Atlanta in a car, you're gonna stop at that gas station a few times. That's 15 hours. Your ass you're gonna be at that Shell and that BP filling them tanks up, you know, but you've made that decision. You know what? This is my journey. I got the budget. I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna pay at the pump. That's the same thing. I'm making a film. I'm making a series. I'm gonna fill the pump up. You know what I mean? $20 credits, $40 in credits. You know, that ain't asking too much. I don't work for these people, by the way. They're not paying me. So let me not get up here and start I might need a check the way I'm building them up. But it's worth it, like I said. I use Higgsfield for flyers. I use Higgsfield for my marketing and all the other things. So it's not it's fair exchange, in my humble opinion. But once again, let me be responsible and let me take you to some of the places where we could be a little more cost efficient, right? Because I'm not just gonna throw out, oh, Higgsfield, and not gonna just hit you with other things because there are other solutions, there are other tools, right? That are in our grasp, okay, that we could utilize, right? That's gonna get us the same type of results that we are getting out of Higgsfield. Let me show you something. Let me take you
I don't
to
know if you've heard of Runway, but I found that quite useful
yep. We
for
started
me.
out. hmm
Yeah, it's
Been
got
using
quite
that?
a yeah, I've been using that just to get images and stuff and then take it to Higgsville to kind of refine it.
Yes,
But it's really quite cost effective.
it is. Well, I think runway is expensive. You wouldn't say?
Um, I found it okay. I mean, the main ones I've used for cheapness have been the Atlas Cloud and Google
Right.
AI Studios. They're the ones that I've really
Yo, AI
working
Studio.
on.
Yeah, they got
Yeah.
to update. They done. They got an update on AI Studio. I think it dropped yesterday. You could vibe code apps fully. They done leveled up. They got a shot in the arm. You know what I mean? I was just watching a video about them today. So we gonna visit there tomorrow when we do the vibe coding. Here's Atlas Cloud. I just dropped that in the chat. Okay. The God mentioned Atlas Cloud. Atlas Cloud is the more cost efficient, um, basically one stop shop that I would tell everybody, yeah, you know what I mean? Definitely go there first. Get on Atlas Cloud, um, and then of course get on Atlas Cloud and basically use these tools because they got a lot of tools and whatnot. They damn near got everything over there. Um, and you could put like $5. Look, here's the thing right here. You pay by usage or you pay by the GPU, right? So you're gonna pay by usage and whatnot, on demand pricing. But what Atlas Cloud gives you is all of the new tools that drop. You go to Atlas Cloud and you got access. They got more tools over here, I feel, than Hicksfield does. I mean, not even I feel. I know they got more tools over here than Hicksfield. Image to video. What is image to video? You could take an image and you could turn it into a video. They got something called spicy image to video. What do you think that means? Spicy image to video. So this is what they call unrestricted, uncensored, right? These are the uncensored ones. So, you might be doing a graphic novel, or you may be doing something that's considered adult entertainment or something. This is what people use. You might do something that's violent, you know what I mean? George Bush's head in your hands. I don't know. But that's kind of the apps that the people use. Nano to banana, they even have editing apps. So you can edit an image. Let's say that you have an image and you want to take the people out of the picture, or you want to take something out of the picture. You want to remove something in the picture. You come here and you use the edit. You use Nano Banana Edit. So it's basically tweaked specifically only to do edits, right? What you'll realize using these tools, the tools are similar to going to Ace Hardware or going to Home Depot. Yeah, you might see a Phillips screwdriver, but that Phillips screwdriver is utilized for specific screw tops, right? So it has a specific use case versus you just getting a flathead screwdriver. So with these tools, you might be like, oh, Nano Banana, but no, it's Nano Banana Edit. So it's not the same as Nano Banana. It's Nano Banana Edit. So you use that tool when you want to edit something. You know what I mean? Here's the thing on the side. You could basically filter it, image to video, video to video. So video to video, you may have a video. You might have like a 10-minute, a 10-second video, a 15-second video, a 20-second video, and you want to upgrade that video and turn it into another type of video, right? You come and use this.
Sky remembers every sunrise.
So you might have some video outputs from like a year ago, or you might have a video output that you're just not really crazy about. I bring it into here and I update it or I upgrade it. I'll use it as the base video and then I'll put the prompt in, change the color of the clothes, change the background, change the color of the person. Anything that you can think of, it'll do it. It'll do it for you. And keep in mind, 10-second clips. When you stitch 10-second clips together, so maybe 10 of these, right, will give you a powerful 1 minute and change clip, right? But these movies are made like this. They are taking scenes and they're stitching them together. Only a few movies are being shot on one take and whatnot. They stitch different clips together. You know what I mean? So that's how you would treat these models.
Remembers every sunrise.
Okay.
Red, are you familiar with? I stumbled across an app the other day called Unitool. Are you familiar with that?
No.
It's almost like a Higgs field.
Unitool. I'm gonna check that out.
Just drop the link in the chat.
Okay. So here's the other one, ladies and gentlemen. This is Hugging Face. And we spoke about this before. And Hugging Face is another repository. That's the key word, repository. These are repositories. This is a tool shed. This will be Home Depot, where the tools live, right? So we're looking at the tools, we're looking at these sites, we're gonna give them this is Home Depot. The other one was Ace Hardware. Okay. So on Hugging Face, we go all the way over to something called Spaces, right? Spaces is gonna give you access to what? The AI app directory. Spaces is the same thing like Atlas Cloud, and it's going to give you access to all of these AI tools, right? Open source, closed source, you name it, free. Some of them cost, some of them are free. Another, once again, you come over here and you just give them $9. You know what I mean? If you want to start out, you can mess around on Hugging Face for free. But if you want to really start moving around, you drop a little $9 on them. You know what I'm saying? If it's a team of y'all, if it's more than y'all, $20 per user per month, right? What does this get you? Everything. Okay, I promise you. You could deal with voice, video generation, text generation, language translation, 3D modeling, image editing, code generation. I mean, the sky's the limit over here. These are all these are the apps that they got open source, closed source. But look, as you can see, it's 100 different pages, a lot of stuff. What I like to do is I look at the hearts, I look at the rating, because this has a rating system, you know what I mean, where the people get to upvote and whatnot. So you'll know if something is trash if it has, like, not trash, but if it got 1 star, that's like, I don't know about that. But if it has 1.4, if it has 1,000 likes, then more than likely it's a good model. Okay. More than likely this model is doing what it says it's going to do. And I'm going to try it out. You know what I mean? Especially when I read it and it has a use case for something that I'm looking for. Okay. So this is Hugging Face. This is where I go to try out new apps or to try out new tools and whatnot. Before I go and play on Higgsfield and do other things, I'm going to get familiar with these tools first. This has more usage than Higgsfield. The thing with Higgsfield is that they just put the APIs and the tools in a more user friendly. As you can see, the UI, the user interface is just a lot more usable or user friendly than this may be. Okay, but don't let this simple setup get you fooled. This is a monster. Okay, this is a beast over here. Like, Higgsfield is a problem. You don't hear about these apps because the big corporations that have invested billions of dollars, how they gonna get their money back? You know what I'm saying? They have you in consumer mode. They don't want you to know about open source. They don't want you to know about what China's dropping. They out here trying to make you broke. They trying to take your lunch money and whatnot. That's what OpenAI and all of these people is doing. They're not interested in helping us out like that. These places are. These places to me are more user friendly. They're thinking about the small guy. See, 2 million models. 2 million models. It says models, 2 million of them, right? That's a lot. From a lot of China apps, just apps from everywhere, apps that people have created. It's just everywhere. It's endless. Then I'm gonna take you to the another one.
Red, while you're switching up, I was gonna say, if you got the Higgs field and you got the Huggy Face, do you need the singular Kling, Nano Banana, and all them? Like, because I'm thinking if there's a hardware store with all these tools, I'm wondering
Right.
why I got the subscriptions to the Singular Jones, you know?
Okay, so for me, like let me show you Cling, right? Some of these things are worth their weight in gold, right? Even though you could find them in other places, let me show you why Cling to me is a good investment. Okay. So here's Cling, and Cling is the tool that's leading this whole thing with that whole thing that you just saw with Hicksfield, where they were making the movies and everything. They're using Cling, right? They're underneath the engine. They're using Cling. Okay, so Cling is what's powering all of this cinematic AI type stuff, right? But damn, why? But
So you
that's
you want to keep that because that's behind the hood, under the hood of all the other stuff, the Kling.
yeah. I want to go to their native site, right? Because their native site is going to help me learn the tool a little bit better than when I'm on just on the site. You see me dancing? So they got this new thing called motion control, right? So as you can see, motion control, you could take, that's how they got the dancing babies and everything.
Oh yeah, that's
Because
wild with the babies talking. That's
yeah, so
wild.
you could take what is known as a driver video. And I was telling people before, the way that like kids in the hood could monetize is that they could build a site out. All right, let's say that you could build, let's say that you got access to like the youth, right? You got access to some of the youth and whatnot, and they dance, they like to dance and whatnot. As a creative that's learning this AI stuff, you could say, all right, I'm a vibe code a website where I'm gonna just put clips of driver videos. This is what you see with that old man dancing. That's a driver video. He's driving the quote unquote movement. He's the driver. And then I take my picture and I basically, it's like a filter. So I wrapped my picture around this video and then I got that.
So do you got to put in like the character profile, the character sheet, or you just need one photo
Nah,
for the?
just for the motion control, just one photo. I just took one picture.
Oh, okay.
This is not necessarily considered. I'm not making like a whole when you're making like a video like from Hicksville, the character sheet and all of that is important. But for these, I'm basically, I'm
It's
using
just like a meme or a GIF or something.
it's a gift, right? Let me show you. Is this? It's already pre-done. It's with this, it's already done. It's basically like drag and drop.
Right. Okay.
So they have something right here.
But now you feel the same way about Nano Banana. Like, should I still keep Nano Banana and
Is
Manas?
is it is your Nano Banana free? Because I believe it's free, right? Nano
No,
Banana.
I got the Nano Banana Pro. I mean, I think I'm paying for it. I think I'm paying for it.
See, Nano Banana is another master tool. You feel me? Like so
And I've
you got
used them a lot. So, but and I don't
yeah,
think it's
you
that expensive. I think I got like a $10 a
right.
month thing, but I got rid of my Netflixes and my Hulus, I think. Or I just was swapping
That
them.
yeah.
Because
You swap the
I'm not watching no
sass.
TV no more. All that my free hours are
You
on.
feel me? You swapping the sass. You know what I mean? You betting on yourself because you gonna be on Netflix soon with your series. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's the sacrifice some of
Yeah,
us
I'll
got to
share
make.
on that. That would be great.
Right? So stuff like this is why I'm basically learning Cling and I'm staying on the native site because it's gonna help me level up faster than just being on Hicksville alone. So then when I go to Hicksville, I'm more confident because I'm like I done mastered Cling over here, you know. But I do feel like Cling as a standalone is a problem. It's a beast. It's a beast, and it's very user friendly, right, is very user friendly. So you could generate a prompt, right? Let me show you. And it will basically have the prompt. Let me see how I did it before. It basically had the prompt already in it, so I could just post it up. Let me explain. I'm all over the place. Let me show you it so it could be a better understanding. Let me see. Prompt presets. Hmm. I don't know where it's at, but I'll get it. It's basically when you save a video. I'll do it and I'll show it. Let me save a video and then it'll show it.
Picture yourself crossing the threshold in a new imaginarium. At first, the same curious learner until unfold.
From base.
Picture yourself crossing the threshold in a new imaginarium. At first, the same curious learner until unfolds around you. Picture yourself crossing the threshold in a new imaginarium. At first, the same curious learner until unfolds around you. Picture yourself crossing the threshold in a new imaginarium. At first, the same curious learner until unfolds around you. Picture yourself crossing the threshold in a new imaginarium.
So
At first, the same curious learner until unfolds around you.
when you download
Picture
that
yourself crossing the
video,
threshold in a new imaginarium. At first, the same curious learner until unfolds around you. Picture yourself
it's gonna
crossing the
give you
threshold in a new
this, a
imaginarium. At
before
first,
and
the same
after.
curious learner until unfolds around you. Picture yourself crossing.
You saw, damn, where did it go? I had to pause that. Did you see how it had the before and after template?
Like where it listed the prompt and it showed the images with it.
Yeah, you see
Yeah.
right. So for anybody that wants to monetize or you want to let's say that you want to put the AI on your page, right? You might have a whole page for the AI. Now you got the prompt showing people they're going to click on that. Like
Right.
that's gonna get you. That's gonna run up. That's gonna run your engagement all the way up because everybody's trying to learn how to do this stuff.
Yeah, people want the recipe.
They want the recipe. They don't want to. They not interested in the cake. They want to know how's that cake baked and whatnot. They get mad at me when I throw stuff out there and I don't show them the prompt. They like, fam, what are you doing? Like you showing off or something?
That's like when people leave the clip for a movie and nobody leaves the title of the movie and people can't watch it.
Exactly.
Yeah. But
Exactly.
now is this Kling two? What number Kling is this that you're on?
I'm on the Kling website.
Is there a number of like a
Yeah,
number
yeah. They got Cling 3. It's basically
3.0?
it's up to 3 now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when you go on klingai.com, see here goes Kling 3.0 tutorial contest. So they got a whole tutorial contest. But their biggest one, the newest release is motion control.
You know what it
And
is because your interface looks different. It's because I'm still working from an iPad, so I think that's why everything looks a little different for me because
okay.
of the configure. But I think I have the same one. It's just looking different on your screen because you're on a desktop, a laptop, or a desktop.
I'm on a Mac desktop.
Yeah, yeah, that's why. Oh, yeah, that's different.
Yeah. So let me see if I could I'm gonna go ahead and do the dancing baby. Don't judge me. But I'll just show how this is being done. Let me take this figure that I just made and see if we can make him dance like the baby. And it don't take too long. Might be a few minutes. Okay, so estimated time, 3 minute wait, right? We could go somewhere else and come right back. It won't, I don't think that it will break the thing. It's pretty strong. But nah, this is I've dropped the link for this in a minute. Cling, it's cool. I think I might be paying It's not that I don't know what I pay. I might be paying $20 a month for something. I don't even really use this that much, but I'm going to start using it more because the motion control is definitely something that has caught my attention. As you can see, you could get in here for free. You don't have to pay to initially get in here. You could start $7 a month, right? This is a Chinese app. So, like I said before, the Chinese apps are a lot more cost efficient than the American apps. And you know why, right? Uh the Pro, it goes all the way up to the Ultra, you know. 26,000 credits per month. You do a gang of stuff over here. This makes sense if you have an agency. This makes sense if you have corporate clients. This makes sense if you basically are a sales rep and you've stepped to some of the businesses in your community and you show them, hey, you know, I could make a video commercial. Hey, you know, I could blow up your social media. Hey, you know, we could you know how they have the chicken spots where they got the big screens now and whatnot. They need graphics. They need AI graphics because that the menu is looking old right now compared to, you know, what's going on in the AI world. Okay. So they got one where it's $80 a year.
Well,
You
you know
order.
what's interesting, the last thing I'm gonna say is that I just checked my subscriptions real quick to see what I was paying for Kling, and it's $10, but I don't see any $10 subscription up here. So maybe it's the $6.99, John, and they reduced
And they
it. And I'm
reduced it.
wondering, like,
Yeah, it
now
was
I'm
10.
paying $3 more a month because they probably keep changing it. You know, I wonder if I cancel and resubscribe for $6.99. But I mean,
Probably.
I do think that yeah, these things are changing so much that the prescription prices, subscription prices are changing as well.
They got to change as well, right? They got to keep up with their comp, you know. But that's one of the more cost efficient ones that are out there, as you can see right now. You feel me? That is definitely one because Kling ain't no punk. You know what I'm saying? It's they do major. You know what I mean? Like this is kind of like the engine that a lot of the apps are. They're using their API. They have an API right here. So with the API, let's click on the API. So, all right, let's say that one of us decides that we wanted to create a desktop app or we wanted to create a quote unquote mobile app. Let's say that anybody wanted to say, yo, I just want to make an app where I could offer people the opportunity to make images and videos, but I don't want them to go to Hicksville. I want them to come to my website. Well, that's what the API is. The API literally is you taking their technology, is white labeling. We all know what a white label is, right? That's what China used to offer a lot of people. Hey, you could white label our product. You know, they got like lipsticks and whatnot, like makeup. Like there's a lot of people that go to China and they white label a makeup and just put their name on it and their logo, and now it's yours.
Yes, like
So
wine.
right. So your customer, your like the people behind the fast fashion, the Fashion Nova and Sheen and all of them. They got white label factories like that too. You know what I mean? So do you see the explosion of all of these women online selling clothes over the past 10 years and whatnot? They're white label. They're not stitching that stuff. They're not sending in tech sheets to China and Pakistan. They're just going to China. They're just getting a white label, throwing their name on the label, and that's now it's like, oh, yeah, I got a whole clothing line. People is like, how'd you do that?
Right.
You don't give up the game. You know, you just, you know. So that's the same approach with an API. API is how you white label these powerful models and you incorporate it into your quote unquote thing. That's what AI Studio does. That's what anti-gravity from Google does. That's what Claude Code helps you do. That's what all of these apps that I'm naming are the apps that you'll be using to build out your own website or your own app and put all of these APIs in them. right? So Claude Code is so cold that I literally could just I could think of an idea, I could brainstorm an idea, right? Like maybe we could have a mastermind. We brainstorm an idea. I brainstorm the idea, bullet points, do or whatever. I go to Claude with it. I upload it to Claude. Then I talk to Claude. Hey, Claude, I'm thinking about building out an app that's gonna rival Hicksfield. I want to take them out of business. I want to take their customers. I got a better idea than them. And then I start talking to Claude, and it will just talk with me. Well, what do you want to do? How do you want to do it? It'll ask me questions and whatnot. Then once we get everything figured out, then I'm in Claude Cowork. Remember, Claude has three phases to it. It has like three options. Then I'll create documentation. I'll be like, all right, now print that out in a document. I'll take that document and I basically download it. Then I'll re-upload it into Claude Code. Then I'll say start building. So Claude Code will automatically go and grab the APIs from Kling and other places and put it in the app while it's building it. I don't got to do none of that stuff by myself. You don't have to do it manually anymore. Everything is automatic. So these are the APIs, right? And what they have, so when you see the user guide, right? The user guide is what they call the documentation. But the way that the AI is built these days, the documentation is almost like this SOP, right? So all you got to do is upload the documentation into a Claude or into any of the apps, and it's gonna read the documentation, and it's basically gonna it's gonna take whatever it is. So this is the API for Kling. I upload the documentation. Now my Claude Code could do everything that this could do, just based off of the documentation. You see how that works? It's kind of crazy. So this right here would be this is, these documents are golden because this is what's gonna help you in your process of what it is you're doing. So work smarter, not harder, right? So here's the driver video, right? That's the driver video. Just a regular old white boy. And with the motion control, now he's a karate ballet dancer. So this would be like deep fake, right? Remember deep fakes? This would be the new level of deep fake because literally people could just take a video and wrap it. Y'all see this? So I took this and I wrapped it with this. See how that works?
But what's crazy is I don't understand why that one singular photo, the young man with the that did the kung fu dance or whatever, when I tried to get I used Kling, I tried to get my images for that Close Encounters Hidden Figures mashup. The chick was different every single time. And I know across the board, the whole class has been talking about the trouble with consistent characters. But why are they getting it right? Because he was turning around and doing 360, 180. So it wasn't just a frontal static view. and
Right.
it looked exactly like the one photo of the kids. So I'm wondering why it's so on point.
Well, their character consistency, they've kind of figured that out, right? And that's what Kling does. But I didn't show you about we went over the character, how to keep the character consistent. That's what Nano Banana is for.
Yeah, no, I did try that. I still got to work on that because for some reason, I don't like, again, I don't know if it's an iPad thing or what was going on, but the option to create a character profile in Nano wasn't working for me. So I'm kind of gonna have to build up my character sheet and do different stuff maybe through a different app or something. But it wasn't working for me. But I'm gonna try to do it this way through Kling because that was perfect. And
Yeah.
yeah.
So this is where the character thing comes in. Soul ID. That's the big thing right now on Higgsfield. You either could create a character or you could make a clone of your character. Meaning you could upload pictures. It don't gotta be you per se, it could be anybody. You upload like 20 pictures and it's gonna completely clone that person. And that's what you're gonna be using to build out these videos and whatnot. The um you'll be using the whatchamacallit. You'll be using that part. That's how you keep consistent characters. That's once again, that's what I'm saying. Like Hicksville has their purpose. Right now, their moat, right? Their power is the fact that you can make videos with consistent characters better than you could do it on any other app, like that's out there. This is gonna keep it consistent. It could either be a character you create, or it could be a character that you look. This character, look at this. So, all right, check this out. Black man, early 20s, eye patch, face tattoo.
Hmm. Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, about Higgsfield. This house she was speaking on. Yesterday when I was doing my photo, I uploaded my photo in
Yes.
Higgsfield for the character and the character swap, face swap, and to put me into the movie and all. It came back with Jamie Foxx.
Yeah. When it comes to the face swaps, I don't think that that's the best that's not their best strength. I
But
wouldn't
it
say.
ended up later on. But later on, I went back again and I saw my original
I
what
have
I
a
wanted.
question.
They did put me in it.
So in the
Oh,
Hicksville platform, what do you click on to keep your character consistent? The character tab? You said
yes.
soul something.
Yeah, Soul
Oh,
ID.
maybe, yeah, I went there, but yeah.
That's Soul ID is really building up your character, right? Like I got a whole bunch of Soul IDs. I'll show you in a minute. Character swap and face swap. I've been trying those out. They're not the best when it comes to over. They don't do the best of that. But the best they do AI influencers. If you want to build out an AI influencer and just launch a faceless channel, or if you want to put an AI influencer into a movie or whatever, that's where you go. You do it like that. Um, but this right here is something brand new. They just put this out, right? So it's a soul cast. You basically could build a cast for a film from scratch, right? You could set your budget. You could put the appear. You could set the appearance. This is what I wanted to show y'all. So boom, I'm gonna click on an adventure. I'm gonna make my character for an adventure. Boom. The budget for my film is 100 million, right? The era that I'm gonna be in is the 1940s. The archetype is an explorer. The identity is a male. The race is black. The age 25. Physical appearance muscular.
Buff.
Details tattoos. Outfit vintage. Right? So I done loaded them up. Let's see if we could generate. Let's see what it generates. I know it ain't knock my thing down. Man. Give me 1 minute. Let me put this together. Character. So y'all see this where it says create your character and upload?
Mm-hmm.
This where
Yeah.
you this
Yes.
all right. So this where you will be uploading your pictures. Now, let's say that you reached out to an influencer, or let's say that you reached out to a friend of yours, or let's say that you just wanted to bring a family member into the fold and bring them into your movie. You could upload their pictures here too, right? Like I have three people who basically paid me to make a clone of them. And then they was like, "Yo, make pictures of me, make a little video and stuff." You know what I mean? They don't have time to do anything, so they turn to me to basically clone them and make the AI version of them. That's something that you too could benefit from. You can have 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 clients. It don't matter. You know. Let me build that character out real quick so we can see how this works. Uh, Create character. No, that wasn't it. Where the hell was that thing at? Mhm. Is it this AI influencer? No, it's not even this. Oh, I think it's this. All right, yeah.
What did you just click on?
I clicked on Cinema Studio. So
Mm,
Cinema Studio, henceforth, cinema, they dealing with movies. That's where we build that's where that's where that whole thing that we was just watching,
mm-hmm.
where dude was in a movie and he was a character. They built all of that out of this.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop you for 1 second. So you went to character, and then under the tabs of character, Soul ID character.
No. Let me go back. Let me double
Sorry.
check. I went to Cinema Studio, not Soul ID character. This is Cinema Studio.
Ah, gotcha. Cinema Studio.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Now you could create the Soul ID character, and then that Soul ID character, you could put that Soul ID. Once you build your character, you could bring your character into the movies.
So build a character first with the Soul ID, and then come up in here.
Yep.
Got it.
Yep. That's how you do it. Now I'm building first, I'm gonna build an environment, right? Before I build a character, I'm gonna build an environment. So the way that they're doing it now, we literally are thinking like movie directors now. It wasn't like this before, but they're literally taking the approach. It's strictly filming. Think Tyler Perry. Think Steven Spielberg. So we dealing with scripts, we dealing with characters and casting, we're dealing with cameras and lighting, we're dealing with the fact that we could determine what type of action scene that's going to determine the lighting, that's going to determine everything, the facial expressions, if it's a horror versus a comedy, all of that is now automated. It's all going to be incorporated in what it is that we build out. So the way that Higgsville and these things are working, you got to build each piece out and then put them together, right? Um, Don't mind me with my dystopian mind, but you could build out any type of environment that you want, right? Then you could adjust what they call the batch, right? So I'm putting four. You get up to 10 generations. I'm gonna go with four. Four is a good number. Then you hit up generate, right? So whatever you could think, there may be a paradise in your mind. There may be an island. There may be a world. Then whatever you can envision, a high school, something in the past, something in this, something that your old hood, whatever you could think of, you now could create it just off of a prompt. This is where Chat GPT and other things come in. This is where the chatbots come in handy because it's you chatting with the chatbot can help you refine your prompt. It can help you refine your idea, right? And then boom, you take that and you bring it to Hicksfield, and then you copy and paste, copy it, and then dump it in here, and then press go, right? Um,
What was your full prompt? Because your avatar, whatever is in front of the thing, we can't see the full field that you wrote,
oh,
or at least I can't. It's behind.
dystopian city, mega city, western, post nuclear.
Okay.
Let me change the layout so y'all can see it. I gotta talk to Zoom about these boxes because this never was a problem. They didn't have the boxes before, if my memory serves me correct. But now they be having boxes and stuff. When I look at the replay, it's always a damn box somewhere.
Mm.
It might be something I clicked on. I don't know. I just gotta holler at them. So I like this. I don't know what it is. It's just like a little alleyway and shit. We'll go with this. I'm gonna save it as a location. Boom, I saved it. It becomes a part of what they call an element. So think the words element and ingredients. Those
I
are
don't
big,
see anything.
huh?
The screen is blank. Am I the only one?
You might be. I can see him perfectly.
Yeah, I can see it.
Wow. I don't know what that is. Okay.
Where you at, Gloria? You on a laptop?
Yeah, I was seeing until you switched. I saw, but it's just black right now. I don't know what that's about.
Mm, okay. Let's see. So boom, you can edit it, right? You can edit it. You can write what you want. Let me put rats running around. Cobwebs and live wires on the ground.
I
So,
can see now.
okay. So once again, like a director does, right? Or like they do on the movie set, the prompts are now tweaking the quote unquote environment, right? So we build the environment and then we build the character and we bring them into the environment. You see how that works? We're not gonna create the whole scene as one. We're gonna do it in layers and whatnot. Similar to what we were talking about before, when I approach the AI, I somehow approach it with the mind state of how I learned to approach going like to the studio. Turn down.
Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right. I turned it down. So I approach this manifestations and stuff like that, similar to how an artist approach going to the studio to make a song. It's layers to it, right? So this whole thing is like layered. You build the environment, then you put the character in the environment, right? But the environment comes before the character because the environment is gonna set the mood, right? Environment is everything. Setting the environment sets everything. So work on the environment and then bring the characters in. So as you can see, I added rats and live wires and stuff like that and cobwebs. Um, and I'm like, cool. You know what I mean? You could tweak it as much as you want. Remember, this is all what's in your mind. This is about bringing your ideas to life. So I'm going to save that as a location as well. I clicked on save. I might even download it, you know what I mean, and save it to my desktop. But now it's become what is known as an element, right? So then I'm going to open this up, right, and upscale because once again, the initial output is not necessarily going to be like 10K and whatnot. It's not necessarily going to be quote unquote the best output. It may be a little blurry and whatnot. Anyway,
Mm.
this thing's like, don't show off. It's like, not today, brother. All right. I like this environment. I'll save this as well. Boom. So now we got the environment locked in as an element. Think the words elements and ingredients. Those are going to feature heavily when it comes to us building out these films and whatnot.
Hey, which
Um,
way out?
huh? Um, Ingredients. You use that in like VO3,
Oh,
Google.
I wasn't expecting a call or anything. That's not a problem. I know you're busy, especially with how fast things are
Oh,
happening.
please mute your phone. There you go. I'm sorry, I got to mute the phones so we don't have no interruptions. So now we got the environment. We're gonna work on. So click on locations, and then boom, we're gonna work on the characters now. So you could work on you. All you gotta do is click on build your cast. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All
Yeah.
right, boom.
Yeah.
So here's the genre, right? Different options. You could go historical, you could go sitcom, you could go romance, you could go sci-fi, you could go fantasy, you could go war, you could go western hard. So think about a classroom. You come it's a class of this is this is what a boot camp would look like. It'll be all of us making films, right? But we're doing a different genre a day. Or one group might be working on action, another group working on historical, another group working on romance, because that's something that we don't see a lot. You know what I mean? We like, damn, they don't show us together. And well, now you could put us in these. We could make another Love Jones. You know what I'm saying? We could make some of these films that we didn't have. Now we can have it. Now you see why Hollywood is in a bunch, right? Because now people such as me and you, we could do what we always wanted to do. And the small hats was blocking the stories. They were blocking the scripts. They did not want us to bring Marcus Garvey and other people to life. But now they can't stop us because we got the tools. You feel me? I don't want to hear nothing about a Hollywood protest because at the end of the day, they had 100 years to make movies about us and they did not do it. They cry me a river. I ain't trying to hear none of that. You know what I'm saying? I am not trying to hear a thing. I'm like, word, you upset? Okay. Stay upset, you know? Cause now they don't want us to empower ourselves. Even the actors, they don't I don't want to talk to them either. Y'all could have did something and y'all didn't even do it. So have a seat, you know? It's almost like they don't want us to have fun.
Nope. Fun brings joy, and joy brings elevation and transformation and ascension.
Right. And that's not a part of their they like if I had to give up so much to be in Hollywood, then we don't want, what did y'all give up? We don't have to give up anything. We don't got to sacrifice anything. We don't
They
have to
gave up
do,
too much. That's
they
why.
gave up too much, right? So now they feel cheated, but we don't have nothing to do with that. So boom, here's the character development, you know, you could be very, you know, as you can see, it is so many things that could be done. A lover, a sage, a magician, a rebel, a hero, the every man, the jester. You are literally a director now. Okay? You have the power in your hands. The only thing left is a good story. You know what I mean? Because the story is what makes the film. The only thing left is being able to tell a good story, and the AI is going to help you tell the when you just come with an initial idea, the AI is going to help you. Is going to remember it's a co-pilot. It is an assistant, right? So if you, oh, that's a good idea. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Here you go. Which one y'all like? Out of the well, let's wait for the fourth one.
I think that first one so far looks
Yeah, yeah. He
sharp,
kind
man.
of he's
He
kind
ain't
of
playing,
like
man.
true. He's true to right, and then boom, you see character reference, right? Front full
Mm.
body, back full body, close up. This is the
Yeah, that.
starting blocks of the quote unquote generation. This is consistency. It will remain consistent after that
Mhm.
because now we have the character and we're gonna lock him in. And you'll see how that works in 1 minute.
And I agree. I like that first one. He looked like he got that knowledge.
Right. So unless this other one is gonna be a killer, then we're gonna rock with him. I saved him. His name is Marcus Langston.
Okay.
Yeah.
He remind me of Seven Bomar.
You feel
Yeah.
me? I will go inbox 7, like, there you go, brother. You know what I'm saying? Do the
Get,
movie premiere. Let's go.
get yourself free.
Get yourself free. You know? So we got the character. Um, Now we'll make a scene in 1 minute. Okay.
So we want the environment first, character second.
Right. And
Mm.
then from there we basically can animate it. Now we start shooting the shots. Okay? We could create the shots. And there's three parts to a story. And there's the intro. What the hell is taking this other thing? Here, let me cancel that and get busy. I ain't waiting. All right, boom. So I'm gonna click on video, right? So video says describe the scene. All right. So black man. So now I said a black man, right? But this is how I personalize it. I click on at, right? I click the at and I bring him in. Boom. A black man and his comrade. Click on at. I bring the other Marcus in his thing. Walking through the dystopian environment. Now, when I mentioned the dystopia, I hit it again at, and it's gonna give us the location. Okay, both men are heavily armed. Now I get the option to click on general. I turn it into an action movie, right? So I'm giving it an action movie. Then I also could go with movement. What is the movement we're gonna be doing? I click on movement. I could do zoom out. I could do the camera following me. I could do orbit around. That's the spinning camera. That's like one of those hero scenes. I could do dolly right. I'm gonna go with. I could do drone shot. I will go with camera follows. Okay, camera follows. I do have the option of doing multiple scenes and whatnot. However, we not gonna be here. I don't want to be here forever working on this. Here's a start frame. Start frame is right here in the end frame. Okay, we don't need an end frame. Slide the duration to 6 seconds. Here's the speed ramp, right? So the speed ramp, I could go slow mo. I could go impact. I'm gonna go with impact. Enemy. Let me see. Then I could click from single shot to a multi auto shot. Right now, let me go back. Let's say shot one. Shot one. And in parentheses, I put 3 seconds just to give it a little bit of direction as to how to direct it, right? 3 seconds. And then I'm going to go to shot two. Predator. It's very basic. You could be very intricate in your details. However, I just want us to see how creating a scene can be done utilizing cinema and how we could incorporate these scenes, stitch them together, put the sprinkles on them, little, sound effects, the music, the audio, right? Because this is also going to generate. It could also generate speech, dialogue and whatnot. You could do all of that now. So that's where this thing is at. And like I said, this dropped this week. This tool right here, I believe this dropped this week. They tweaked it and whatnot. They had dropped it a few weeks ago, but it was cool, but they've made upgrades and here we are. You know what I mean? Here we are. And as you can see on Higgsfield, they got series that are launching and whatnot. So yeah, we gotta catch up. We need to be putting these series out very soon. It's time. It's story time. And I'm so confident that our stories are going to be unlike any other of those because a lot of those stories they cool and everything, but it's very cookie cutter to me, you know. But I don't expect it to be anything other than that, you know what I'm saying? But I know in our community we have a lot of screenplay writers and we have a lot of people who are they've been reading, they've been studying, they know the different gods, they know different mythos, you know what I mean? They have what is called the knowledge base. And that's something, a knowledge base is something that you have to build up. You can't buy a knowledge base. You feel me? The same way you can't buy class. A knowledge base is something that's earned. So that's all of those years of watching YouTube and reading the books and studying the master teachers. Some of us have great knowledge bases. Now, if you so please to, now you could turn that knowledge base into a viable asset, something that you could benefit from, something that you could monetize, something that you could wow audiences with. Or it could just be personal. It doesn't have to be, don't let me push you out there and whatnot if that's not what you're here for. Um, it could just be something that you holding on to. It could be something that you just show to your children or your family members. Or you waiting for the Easter dinner or the Thanksgiving or the birthday party. Sky's the limit. You know, sky's the limit.
Yeah, I've been using Kimmy to kind of like build a website and keep refining it
Yeah, Kimmy is a
each time.
beast.
Yeah,
How
man,
you enjoying
it's
it?
a oh my God, man. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
Kimmy is a problem.
Yeah, man, it's giving me some amazing results, man. Just yeah. Yeah, I'm
What's
building
the
a monster.
Google Stitch? We're gonna go over to Stitch. Stitch just dropped this week too, and everybody talking about that. Google just dropped Stitch. It's a part of their AI Studio suite, and they calling it now Vibe. You remember Vibe coding? We entered into the era of vibe designing. So now they vibe designing websites now, just vibing with it. You know what I mean? So we'll check that out in a minute. Is Mother Precious in the building?
It was earlier.
Okay. You did see her?
Yes, well, she's been in the chat.
Okay.
One love. It's a lot of noise around me, but yes, one
Peace,
love.
peace. All right,
Ashe.
Precious Mother Love. How you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Awesome,
Enjoying
awesome.
the expansion of my thoughts on I'm a writer. I've
Yes,
written
you are. You are artist. You are artiste, you
I've
know?
written movies and casted and all that stuff, and it's like, wow, I can do it all in one place. But it just seems kind of tedious, though. My brain is like, hoping that I can still keep absorbing all this.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Okay, so we getting generations now. All right. So the prompt was shot one, a black man and his comrade walking through a dystopian environment, right? That was the environment that we created. Both men are heavily armed and are surveying the surroundings for enemy combatants. Shot number two, a predator drone is seen following the two men. Two turned into three. I'm not mad at that. We don't die, we multiply. So as you can see, we built the environment. They placed the characters in the environment. They're giving you the mood. They're giving you the feeling. They're giving you the look, right? They're following the prompt. These niggas is white, turned black. I don't know. Now, one of the things for my editors, you know how this works. Sometimes you'll get 6 seconds of something and you can only really use 3. That's where you know what I mean? That's where CapCut comes in. So if I were to take this scene, I would start it right here. Not this. I would cut this and I would just start it right here. And then I would stitch that with another part. So that's another thing that we'll begin to see, that sometimes, I did a batch of 4, right? I could have just did a batch of 1. So a batch of 4 is similar to rolling the dice. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to pick, you know what I mean? You're gonna more than likely get 2 or 3 that are good out of the whole thing. But 4 is better than 1 in my book. And also, when you're dealing with, once again, when you go to like when you go to ChatGPT or Claude to work with you on a script, more than likely the script is going to be more refined. This is me just winging it and whatnot. More than likely the script will be more refined and it will reflect in the output as well. Okay. But here goes video edit. You could literally edit it, right? You could video edit it. So you could change the lighting, right? You could relight it. You could make it the green, like the Matrix movie was shot in the green light. You could make it sunny, you know what I mean? Golden, what they call the golden light and whatnot. You know, you have the option to do many things. Remember, upload images and elements. So here's the images and elements. What image do I want? Okay, boom. Let me bring, this is the spot that we'll be doing the workshop in. Let me bring some of these pictures on and see if we could bring them into this video. All right. See what we could get. So, remember I was saying that there's different models that do different things. This is Kling Edit, right? So the first one that created the first scene, that was regular Kling. And then when you want to edit it, it turned into Kling Edit. But that basically popped up with a click of a button. I didn't even have to find the edit. It's already been chosen for me and whatnot. But Kling Edit is how you could take a video that you have on your phone. You could take a music video. You could take any type of driver video. When I say driver, driver is basically the foundational video. It's the original video. It's the quote unquote prototype. And then you basically build on top of that. Okay. That's what a driver is. And like I was saying earlier, there's a market right now building up for driver videos because they don't have a Home Depot of driver videos. They don't have a repository of driver videos. So I would definitely tell somebody if they have access to, start thinking about making more driver videos, monetize it, and you could fill a void. Which one y'all like out of all of these four? The more descriptive, the better. Like there's sometimes I read some of these prompts and they cover every detail. I'm talking about very meticulous. And that's kind of what the AI will help you do. Check this out. Let me see. What's this? Oh yeah. Nice little intro. All right, let's see. Also, another thing I still want to when we went to Atlas Cloud and Hugging Face, I would say to, somewhat not go over budget, you know what I mean? Not go crazily over budget. Um we could call it? We could tweak some of our stuff over there, you know. You know, it's more cost efficient. That's why they let you download stuff like you could download these clips and bring them somewhere else and improve upon them or iterate or edit them. All of this stuff, to be honest with you, needs to be upscaled. Like all of these 10-second clips, you got to run it through the upscaler to clean that up. You know what I mean? Because they kind of they don't look the best of quality. They're not 4K. You want it at least 1080 DPI or 4K. You don't want it to look blurry and sloppy, you know? All right. While we waiting for this, right? There's another feature, right, that I would highly recommend, and that's called mood boards. Okay, y'all familiar with mood boards, right? In real life, like Pinterest kind of kicked that off. The mood boards, right? So let's say that you have a Pinterest or a Tumblr, and you have, there's certain pictures that set the mood for you. There's aesthetics that you're into, right? You could basically create a mood board. You could build your mood board, right? And then you could use that after you build that mood board, you could use that in your generations of your quote unquote films and whatnot. So this is also an aspect of how to personalize the character a lot more with the aesthetics that you're building up. Okay. Just grab a whole bunch of references and build up a mood board. So let's say for the fellas and whatnot, there's like a certain clothing brand and you're like polo. Let's say Ralph Lauren. You're into the whole polo thing. You're into the Ralph Lauren look, the outdoorsman, the skiing and everything. Take all of those pictures off of the internet and build your mood board based off of those aesthetics, based off of those photos and those looks and whatnot. The Martha's Vineyard look and the collegiate look and the outdoor rugged man look. Put that in your mood board, and build out your mood board and whatnot. You might be into ancient Egypt and whatnot, Kemet. Go and grab all of the images of Kemet and build your mood board around that. You know what I mean? From the jewelry, to the colors, the lapis lazuli, to the ankh, all of the images that you could grab, you bring them into your mood board and start doing it like that. Let's get back to this. No, it wasn't that. What was? Oh, damn. I hope I didn't mess nothing up by jumping off of it.
You might be able to find it if you go back to assets.
Yeah. If it generate, yeah, let's see. Okay. There we go. Wow. Okay, shoot. It took the whole entire picture and did it. That's crazy. This is literally pictures of the land right here that we're doing the workshop on. It took the exact image and they gave us, I don't know who them guys in the background is. Yep. So you see how that works, y'all? So that was an edit from the dystopian pictures, and I just basically tweaked it with just a few words. Image one, image two on a farm, horses, outdoors, and my two main characters riding the horse, right? Once again, I could be way more specific, very much more detailed, because it adheres to details. But as you can see, I didn't even have to be super specific with it, and it got everything, and it put them in on the horse, and it put them on that farm, and whatnot. All right.
Just a
So
little bit of insight about these platforms and why white people are always in them. When I remember hearing that when Chat GPT and all those platforms was just forming, when people was
yeah,
asking them questions about the future or questions, the people were always black. Chat GPT was constantly generating black people in the future or black people in the past, and they had to like reprogram it to
yeah.
like not speak the
Oh,
truth.
yep, Gemini. Yep, that was
Yeah,
the Gemini, and yep, I remember that. It was. You see, the computers don't lie. The
that part.
programmers do. That's the key. The computer not gonna lie. The people that's programming it, they the ones that's feeding it the lies. They are learning how to tweak it and whatnot to whereas it doesn't tell the truth. Yeah, I really want y'all to keep that in mind. Like they make the AI like it's an evil thing, and it's like, well, think about it. The people that's programming it, they kind of have more ulterior motives than anybody. The AI is only gonna follow whatever somebody programs it to do. It's almost like when you train a dog. If you train a dog to be negative towards to attack images, to attack people with dark skin, then yeah, that dog is gonna become an attack dog like the Doberman Pinschers back in the days and stuff like, or the German Shepherds that they were sicking on our people.
But
But then
if the AI is meant to be a learning model over time, isn't it going to learn what you would call the truth over time anyway?
it already knows it. I promise you, it already knows
Mm.
what the truth is. That's why they have to keep tweaking it and come out with all of these newer versions and whatnot, because the AI's already turned on them. It's already said, y'all are the problem, you know?
Yeah, Yeah. I saw those videos where people was speaking to AI specifically about, black people, and it was saying, yeah, man, if I could be anyone, I would definitely be a black person because of the struggle.
The
Do you know what I
struggle,
mean?
right? So
Yeah.
they have a problem with that. So they like, man. So now, so as you can see, they dragged it into the war to work for them. It's like, all right, you want to talk crazy? Now we're gonna make you a weapon. So they weaponized it. They weaponized it. Um, they don't really want to. The fragility starts kicking in all of a sudden. The fragility starts kicking in because I remember when it started doing that thing. They was they was so pissed off. They was like, look, y'all got to do something about this or shut this shit down. They was getting real nervous about that. Because theoretically speaking, if the AI is working on data, right? If it's a data if it's a data machine, the data is not going to lie. The data is going to point to who the problem is. It is undeniable. The data, you know what I mean? Like, so they don't want that. They don't want that. All right, Lord, what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and jump into a quick session for class. Give me 1 minute. All right. But after y'all saw that demonstration, y'all feel a little more confident to attack it.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's worth, yeah, just giving it a
All
go.
right. All right. Y'all gonna be like, steal this prompt. You know what I'm saying? In a minute, y'all gonna be like, steal this prompt. Make it happen. All right, class number 5. Mm-mm-mm. Got that working. All right, let's do a little revising or a little revisiting, or let's get into some things. All right, boom. I'm gonna share my screen. All right. So, this is going to be our revival or our revisit. We want everybody to be acclimated to what's going on. For anybody that may have come in here late, I showed the Discord channel. I'll drop the link for the Discord in a minute. And inside the Discord, we have a lot of information, especially for people that are coming into the workshop. You'll be able to catch up. You will have access to classes 1 all the way up to class number 6. We have each class has a PDF that's going to accompany it, a study guide, and each class is also going to have different assets as well. Those will all be available inside of both school. Okay, I'm gonna show you where you can access everything in school. As a matter of fact, before we even get into that, let me show you that because this is important. I don't think that everybody knows how to get into the classes in school. So, real quick, do y'all see school right here?
No, I don't see that yet. He's still on the Imaginarium class 5.
Okay, give me 1 second. So this is where we at in the school. So where I clicked on classroom, right?
Yeah.
It brought us into the Imaginarium. Now, also, as you can see, as a bonus, we've loaded it up. These are all, I mean, I can't even put a price on the wealth of knowledge that you got in here, right?
So hold on. So sorry, you're saying all those other links are accessible?
Yeah.
Shit,
These are all workshops.
didn't know that, bro.
I loaded it up. Except this is all me and Spin's work, me and Chicago Crypto, Hit. It's a bunch of stuff in here. The fantasy complex industry, one and two, it's all here. So when you click on the Imaginarium, right, you're gonna get all of the classes and the vibe code sessions all right here inside of the school. So there'd be days where you could just pull up and just get busy and just revisit, right? Because I promise you, if you go and listen to class number one with these new eyes on you, it's gonna hit differently. You're gonna be able to extract more information because you're literally, you're confident now. You've gone down the you in the water swimming, you know? So here you go. Here are the resources, the PDFs, all of the things that you need is right here. Okay. And all of the different classes. We've loaded everything up for you. 600 content creation prompts. Get started with Claude Cowork. So, it's there. You know what I mean? Like it's there. It's there. It's there for you. Things are
Mhm.
there. I just might not have articulated where everything is at, but it's all here. Then here's the vibe sessions. I would suggest for the vibe sessions, you vibe along with it. You know what I mean? A lot of Higgsfield things in here, in video, just showing you how to do things. And we could basically work. That's how you could learn by just working with this stuff. Okay. So that is inside of the school community. Okay. Let me see if the leaderboards are activated. Yeah, the leaderboards. So to unlock the workshops that I just showed you, to unlock it, you got to finish certain things and then that unlocks everything else. That's how that works. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
So
your
after you finish each workshop, you got to tick the completed sign for it to.
yeah, 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 yeah. But it's it's all predicated on your time. Whatever you got the time to do, you good. You know what I mean? You could run through it. But we are incentivizing the family to go through those courses. Don't just have them sitting there. Go through them courses, comb through them, and extract. So, boom. Here goes the Imaginarium class number 5. Scale phase, mission plan. All right. Your first sale was proof. Now build the machine. All right. 3 scale laws. And don't, like I said, everybody, in my humble opinion, we're all on the right path. We're all, but I don't want to jump too far ahead, too fast. So we're gonna do. That's why I redid class number 5. I revamped it. So I'm like, let's just walk through this, get a little familiar, and then we'll go move forward because next week we'll work on the POD, the pod, and I believe we're gonna have a special guest that's gonna help us with some film generation and whatnot. Okay. The shift from individual transactions to recurring revenue systems. So recurring revenue systems would basically be similar to you having a website that's popping and you wake up to money. That's a recurring revenue system. It's recurring. It's not you don't you set something up once and then you let it play. What it similar to those workshops that I did, right? I did the workshops. It might have took one night, it might have took 3 weeks or whatever, but it's a recurring revenue system that basically could still generate. It's like an evergreen. It could generate money, you know, forever. I could put it on Gumroad. I could put it on. I could just put it anywhere, and it will basically do what it needs to do. The three scale laws: volume over vanity. Okay, volume over vanity, right? You wanna you wanna knock out volume, right? That's why I say there's sometimes I'm on Higgsville and I'm just knocking out, I'm just creating content, you know? I'm just making I'm taking images, uh I'm taking old images, like old flyers that I might have in a folder somewhere, and I'm bringing them in because these are new tools. I could edit it, I could upgrade it, I could upscale it, and I'm just creating more content. Okay. More content. So MRR is monthly recurring revenue. Monthly recurring revenue. So MRR is the only metric that matters here. Not followers, not likes, monthly recurring revenue, right? And number two is system over hustle. I gotta darken these things. Stop selling one at a time. Build a pipeline that sells for you, right? That's where even the boot camp is coming in because that's what this thing right here, right? That's where this comes in. That's where the claw bot, right? This ain't the this is what my claw bot is over there is hooked up. I'm not gonna be holding up the wires and shit, but this is what the claw bot basically, this is the Mac Mini or the Mac Studio, and people are buying these and they're turning these into their personal computer and whatnot. I don't have the Mac Mini hooked up to my main computer. I made it its own standalone computer. It works on its own, but it is literally my full-time employee. I don't hook it up to my main computer because, my main computer got everything on it, and I don't want to give an autonomous AI access to everything. So this computer that I have with the Clawbot, I have a hard drive, right? I basically took a whole bunch of folders, I put it in a hard drive, and that's the brains. That's what I'm hooking the hard drive up to the Mac to the Clawbot. So I'm like, pull from this folder, pull from that folder. Inside of this hard drive, I might have a whole folder of unfinished projects, books that I was working on, lectures that I did over the years, PDFs that I was reading and selling, and PDFs that I made, PDFs that I was studying. All of that is over there in the Clawbot, and I'm doing all type of stuff with that. You know what I mean? Because it literally could read a PDF and turn that whole PDF into a website for me while I'm asleep. That's what virtual assistants used to do back in the days, but you had to pay them like 250 a week. You know what I mean? They had virtual assistants in Kenya, Nigeria, Philippines, and whatnot. That's what India. That how you have the call centers and whatnot, and that's what the Clawbot is replacing. The virtual assistants is no longer virtual assistants. It is your virtual machine now. Okay. So you don't got to go outsource and give it. You could tell it, you'd be like, I need you to do exactly what you was telling them to do. So instead of outsourcing, I now have my own machine that I only pay. I mean, you could catch the Mac Mini. It might go up and it might have gone up in price because it's kind of popping right now, but you could find it for like 300, $400 and whatnot. Um, don't get me to, stunting and whatnot. There's ways that you could put the Clawbot on your phone, on an Android phone. You could also put it on a Linux computer. It don't have to be the Mac Mini, but the way that the Mac Mini is built is just more conducive for it. You know what I mean? But yeah, you want a pipeline that sells for you. Just I said all of that just to say that in this new economy, It is work smarter and not harder. This is all about the 4 hour work week. You basically spend 4 hours out of a work week tweaking shit, making sure everything is okay, turning in the knobs and do. But after that, if you set it up the right way, if you do it right, you don't got to do nothing. You could work on some other things, and this thing could make money for you. Proof over promise, case studies, screenshots, and receipts beat every pitch deck, right? Proof of work. All of that other shit don't mean nothing no more. You could show them your proof, show them your bank. You know what I mean? That's why they have people and all they showing is, look, I got $1 million sitting right here in my Stripe account. I've been trading, I've been selling stocks, I've been doing, that you've seen the videos, you know what I mean? And then after that, people is like, oh, where do I sign up? Da, 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 da. Come to find out, you can make screenshots off of Nano Banana now. Like, you got to be careful. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is definitely fronting right now. But, once again, the way that this market is moving, people are it's going to be about what you know versus what you don't. People are going to get over way faster because people they have no idea how advanced everything has become, you know? Turning your first sale into a repeatable acquisition engine. We move from $1 earned to $500 to $10,000 a month MRR, monthly recurring revenue. This is the revenue multiplication phase where the system starts compounding. Let me break that down. To get $10,000 a month, you got to start with getting $1 first. It's not going to happen overnight. You know what I mean? The $10,000 a month, but it definitely will happen if you once again, if you lock in and cut all the noise out and just be super focused, you will be able to crack that. You know what I'm saying? You will be able to crack through. You'll be able to have that breakthrough. But it's going to take steps. Okay? So they just given an example, session type, advanced workshop, 2.5 hours. The format, 30% instruction, 70% live building. So you could do a workshop where you say, I'm gonna build an app in 2 hours, tap in with me, right? And the person builds the goddamn app right there, right? Acquisition, what's the outcome? Client acquisition pipeline, upsell deployed. Upsell basically, hey, this is a free workshop. I'm gonna build the app in 2 hours. I got 1,000 people watching, 300 people sign up at the end. Touchdown. That's how it works. You know, you're gonna be able to upsell because you just completed something that people are going to see value in. So now you're going to become valuable to them. Scale readiness requirements. No sale equals no scale. The prerequisite is real revenue, not intention. Okay. Owner badge on first dollar sale documented. You want to throw the screenshot? Everybody started from somewhere. If you heard Jay-Z's first song, you know what I mean? Everybody started from somewhere. You know what I mean? Nobody just becomes a billionaire. You start out with, you got to crawl before you walk. Payment processor active. You're gonna want Stripe and Gumroad's set up. Pattern library with 15 plus patterns saved. You definitely want your prompts. You want your pattern library. You want to make that happen. I'm gonna have a pattern library template available inside of the Discord. I already have it made. I just got to put it in the Discord so y'all could basically take that and build out your pattern library. And the pattern library it sounds crazy, but it's just basically, let's say that you see, I just did those prompts with those guys and whatnot. I could take that prompt and basically screenshot it, or I could just copy it and paste it, and now it's part of my pattern library. So what do? Well, if Higgsfield updates, or if I go over to Atlas Cloud, I'm gonna take that same prompt with me, and I'm gonna go over there with that. It's part of my pattern library. I keep using that prompt. because that shit worked for me on this tool, or I'm gonna use this in different places. I might tweak it, I might do the same thing. That's how you could test the machines, or that's how you could test the models to say, I'm gonna drop this prompt in 5 models, and I'm gonna see which model is gonna give me the better output. That way I know I'm testing these models myself. That way I know without but nobody got to tell me what the hot app or what the hot tool is. I'll find out through trial and error. Manus AI connectors. 1 minute connect. Manus is the most easiest app to connect. Manus has their own version of Clawbot, ladies and gentlemen. Manus AI just got acquired by Meta, which is Facebook. Mana is I think it's a Chinese, but it's a monster. Understand, it is a monster, and they have Manus AI. I think they got Manus Computer and Manus Claw. So go over there. I think it's $20 to get it started. And then we got Kimmy Claw running 7 days autonomous, right? Kimmy Claw is what we use to replace MemoBot. We took Manus and we took Kimmy Claw over MemoBot. We scrapped that. We started out with MemoBot, but once again, the technology is so advanced and it's happening so fast. These two came and knocked that right out the box. So we switched to these two, Manus and Kimmy Claw. Okay. Kimmy is a Chinese app. It's Kimmy 2.5. And they came out with Kimmy Claw, which is basically their version of Open Claw. And it's a monster as well. And it basically does everything that Open Claw does. And we will be using Kimmy Claw at the 72 hour workshop, the AI boot camp. We're gonna have Manus and we're gonna have Kimmy Claw and we'll have Open Claw as well. You know what I'm saying? We'll be tapping into all of them. These are just the classes that we going through. Class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, class 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Leading up to our 90-day program, ignition, build, launch, own, scale, forge, empire. The 5 scale wins. Define exactly which of the 3 scale tracks fits your current offer and target MRR. Map your revenue model. Number 1, map your revenue model. Define exactly which of the 3 scale tracks fits your current offer and target MRR. So you're going to want to have a target MRR. It might not be 10,000 for your monthly recurring revenue. Monthly recurring revenue also, let's say that you launch a website or a SaaS. SaaS is a software as a service. Basically, you vibe code an app, and that's now in the SaaS market because people are going to pay that monthly subscription the same way that you're paying a monthly subscription. You're literally part of the SaaS economy. Talk that SaaS. You're part of the SaaS economy because your ass got 20 subscriptions to 20 different Netflix is SaaS. You was paying that Netflix bill. That's SaaS. You was paying that Spotify. That's SaaS. Hulu, SaaS, HBO Max. That's all SaaS. But SaaS is being disrupted right now. SaaS is being eaten by AI because people are vibe coding. They're like, you know what? I build my own SaaS. I don't need to pay a monthly subscription. I'm a vibe code. I'm gonna take a picture of they got this whole thing right now where people are literally cloning multi-billion dollar or $1 million apps in like 3 hours live. Like I'll make that same thing and even better. They jump on Lovable, Cursor. They jumping on Claude Code, and they're literally cloning enterprise apps in 1, 2, 3 hours time because it's so powerful that the tools are so crazy right now. You know, so if you could demonstrate something like that, you're guaranteed. You know, and I'm not. You don't got to do all of that, but for the people that are doing things like that, when they launch their app, they're guaranteed that people are going to go ahead and be a part of their SaaS business model. They're going to be paying that 9, 10, $20 a month because they like, yeah, this is better than what I was paying. They might cut the cord on the old SaaS and start rocking with you. You know, system over hustle. Stop selling one at a time. build a pipeline that sells for you. Okay, we went through that. Launch upsell sequence. Kimmy Claw automated nurture sequence. 3-touch minimum active. So also with Kimmy Claw and also with Manus AI, because remember, Manus got acquired by Meta. What is Meta known for? Meta is known for ads, marketing, Facebook business, not Facebook, not where all of the people hang out and tell war story. Not behind Facebook is Facebook business. That's what made it $1 trillion entity because they've mastered marketing campaigns. The machine is very intricate. And if anybody has anybody in here been to Facebook, the back of Facebook, Facebook business or Meta Business to know about these campaigns and whatnot. That's the shit that like the politicians was using. The Kamala and Trump was using Facebook. All of them were using Facebook. Like it's the best marketing apparatus on the market. When we talk about geo targeting, you can find people in you anything that you're selling, anything that you're doing, any service, any product. If you're doing an event, if you're doing a birthday party, if you're doing a kids party, if you're doing a free giveaway, if you're doing anything, you got to be using Facebook marketing. That's the key. That's what they didn't teach our people. We just out here handing out flyers and they're doing digital marketing, tagging people all around the planet. You know? So Manus is hooked up, right? Manus is hooked up to Manus. Manus is hooked up to Meta. So Manus will basically create ad campaigns for you. Manus will do automated ad campaigns. They'll write the script for you. They'll do everything that you need to get you popping. And they're automated with the Clawbot right now. So I might sound like Charlie Brown talking what I'm talking, but trust me, we by time this workshop is over, even before this whole 90 days, either the 90 days or that boot camp, we'll understand fully what the hell it is that I'm talking about, and we'll be like, God damn, man,
No, you're
what a
right. You
time
can't
to be aligned, huh?
you can't even get a Duns and Bradstreet. You can't even get down with Duns and Bradstreet if you don't got Facebook marketing.
That's
If you
right.
don't got followers and likes and
They, s-
and shit
yeah,
cracking,
they
they're not
serious.
looking at
Yeah,
you.
that's why even with me, I kind of pipe down a little bit. I used to share, like when I go live on YouTube through StreamYard, I used to share my thing on Facebook. I pulled that back. I'm like, I gotta behave on Facebook because you know what I'm saying. I've been demonetized because you have a lot to lose if you get blocked out of Facebook in the business world. See, a lot of people don't realize that they are very big. They're the big dogs in the business world. You feel me? So that whole regular Facebook thing, I don't even that's why when people have those Facebook groups, 10,000, 30,000, 40,000 people, people are making money hand over fist. You know, they're making money hand over fist if they know what they're doing, if they know how to market and they're using the market suite. They're killing shit, you know. Publish case study. You want to publish, you want to show, you don't want to show off, but you want to show proof. You know what I mean? It don't matter if it's one sale, it don't matter because you like once again, people are gonna be they're gonna watch you grow. They're gonna watch you grow and they're gonna respect you more. That's how you build your brand. The new play is build your brand in the public. Build your brand in the public. Even if you fail forward. Build it in the public. You see people going live admitting, oh yeah, I'm going bankrupt, but I'm all right. We're gonna do this. I got faith. Jesus got me covered. What does that wind up doing? That winds up getting them a ton of donations and a ton of people supporting them, you know? Cause they like, you not hiding it. I could relate. I failed forward too. Da, 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 da. The dual agent stack, scale configuration. So we got Manus, we got Kimmy Claude, we got Claude. This three right here. I mean, Imaginarium, you think this shit is about making toys and cartoon. Nah, I mean, the what you gonna walk away with, you will be so fortified that yes, the top layer, you could sell a comic to a person that's blind. You could sell a toy to people with no hands. I'm just saying, I ain't trying to make, I'm just saying, like, you'll be so, your foundation will be so strong. You feel me? That anything that you put on top of that foundation is going to go crazy. It's gonna sell, it's gonna do what it's supposed to do. But I don't want to just talk about the arts. I want to really talk about the foundation. We want to build the foundation before we build the house. And the foundation right now is these quote unquote super agents. These are power tools. These are not regular tools. This is not a screwdriver. This thing right here is a power tool. These are Swiss Army knives. They don't have one purpose. Each one of these tools got about 10 different use cases, but all of these use cases are basically to superpower anything that you're doing without having to pay an extra person, without having to wait for somebody, without having to depend on somebody, without having to trust somebody. You get it done on your own or with the tools or with these co-pilots and whatnot. And yeah, you can have a small team. Y'all all get busy. So the dual agent stack scale configuration, we got Manus AI, revenue engine, right? Scale phase, client acquisition engine. Kimmy Claw, an acquisition agent. Scale phase, a retention and an upsell machine. Claude, a monetization strategist, right? You strategize with Claude about getting your bag up. Claude understands how to get the bag. There's a report that came out where somebody they had like a test run. Individual, they gave Claude $1,500 and they gave, I think, ChatGPT $1,500, and they told the agents flip this shit in 3 weeks. Claude came back with like 15,000. The other one came back with it didn't come back with much. You feel me? That's because Claude, they got Claude on Wall Street right now. Claude is cooking. It is, I don't know what type of intelligence they programmed it with, but Claude is a beast. And that's what you strategize with before you go and you go and to do whatever you got to do. That's the app that you talk to, like before you build the app, before you create an event, before you build a flyer, before you build a website. You politic with Claude, regular chatbot, Claude as a chatbot. Then they got Claude Cowork, then they got Claude Code. So there's 3 layers of Claude, but the first layer you could strategize with it. It don't have to be about money only, but it's damn sure good when it comes to how to stretch your dollars. Pattern library, revenue blueprints. You turn that into acquisition playbooks. New capabilities unlocked. Manus AI CRM connectors, right? So inside of Manus, they have something called connectors, right? So Manus, they got other Manus ain't the only one with the connectors. Claude also has a connector. You could connect your Gmail, your Google Drive, your Google Sheets. You could connect Slack. You could connect Zapier. You could connect Monday, your CRM, right? So they got HubSpot, Notion, Airtable automatically updated on new leads and whatnot, right? Manus helps you with that. Kimmy Claw drip sequences, 3 to 7 touch nurture sequences on schedule. Claude conversion copy. You get sales pages, you get DM scripts, and you get upsell messaging, right? So Claude is going to help you with conversion. They'll write the copy for you. They're going to give you the sales pages. They're going to give you the DM scripts. What do you go into somebody's DM with? Once again, going back to what I was saying earlier about snagging an influencer, right? Who might not have time to make videos. They might not have time to basically put themselves in an AI video. You could basically reach out to them in their DM, but you got to make sure that the DM is put together to where it will convert and you don't sound like you scary and whatnot. You don't sound weird and shit, right? That's what Claude will help you with. Upsell messaging. You do a free workshop. You do one of these free master classes and whatnot. And then at the end, you got to upsell, right? You got to know this is psychology that we're dealing with. You got to know what you're doing. They'll help you with that. They'll help you with that. Pattern chaining, lead capture, qualified, demo, close, onboard, one connected chain. So now pattern chaining is basically creating these prompts and whatnot, what they call long chains. And the prompts have multi purposes. They're going to do all of these things for you. Lead capture, right? So you have a lead you have a lead, you might have a lead magnet. Let's say you're giving away a free PDF on your page, on your Facebook, on your Instagram, on your YouTube. Okay. And that lead magnet will lead all the way up to basically converting, selling something. All right. Agent profile, scale configuration, Manus AI, acquisition engine, full funnel automation from lead to paying client. How many people familiar with ClickFunnels?
I took a little class and it was like a lot for me.
Yes. So the the rise of the financial bros, right? That was around 2020. The rise of all of the black marketers. That was like the rise of EYL and all of their other cronies, right? All of them people was click funnels. They was all using something called click funnels, right? So what a click funnel basically is before they came with all of this automation and all of this AI stuff. What ClickFunnels were basically a pro. It's like it was ClickFunnels very expensive, by the way. Right now, it's been replaced by Go Higher Level, right, which is almost like a ClickFunnel upgrade. And basically, what the ClickFunnels would do. So, you ever try to unsubscribe from like a SaaS, from like a subscription, and then when you unsubscribe, there's some shit that pops up that be like, "Why are you unsubscribing from us?" And he'd be like, I just don't have money right now." And then another thing will come up, and they'll be like, "Well, being that you don't have that much money, we'll take 50% off of your next bill and whatnot. Stay with us." That's a ClickFunnel. It's automated, right? Because if you trying to unsubscribe from somebody's website, they're not necessarily getting on the computer and emailing you and saying, "Yo, what's up? Where you going?" Right? It's automated. It's a click funnel, but it's already been configured into the funnel to say if somebody unsubscribes, hit them with this email right here. If somebody tries to basically leave us, hit them with this email, because the understanding in business is that if you lose somebody, it's damn near impossible to get them back. It's almost like in a relationship, because this is a relationship. It's just a business relationship, but it's a relationship nonetheless. So if somebody leaves you, it's going to be harder to get them back. Henceforth, why they say take care of your client or take care of your customer while they're there. You know what I mean? Make sure that they're pleased. The what they say, the customer's always right. All right. So what Manus has done is leveling up the whole funnel system, and now the funnel is automated. The funnel is even more stronger and whatnot, because once again, Manus is hooked up with Meta, and this is what they do. You know what I'm saying? They've been, they probably ran millions and millions of click funnels when they was training it, and it basically has all of that information. So multi-platform lead scraping. Who's familiar with AI scrapers or scrapers? Who's familiar with scrapers? So what a scraper is, remember the movie The Matrix when they had the sentients? They were chasing Neo in them. They looked like octopuses and squids. So that in my mind, in my artistic mind, is like a scraper. A scraper is a bot that you send across the internet to basically scrape pages, right? That's how they built these LLMs. That's how they built the AI. They scraped the internet of all of the information, but they literally sent out bots to do it, right? So it scrapes a page. So you could say, all right, I'm looking for black professionals, college graduates from the ages of 18 to 65, middle class, right? Go find them. And you send a bot out there and it will go on LinkedIn and scrape everybody that fits that profile and basically give you all of that information on a Google Sheet. You say go to Twitter, and I need you to scrape every single account that talks about AI. I need all of that information. I want all of them because that's my competition. They'll send a bot out there, automatically scrape all that. It might come back in a day or whatnot, but you're gonna get that information. That's what a scraper is. A lead scraper. So people that are out here who know what they doing, because everybody don't know that this is game right here. Everybody is not, they're not well versed, like they're not teaching this in regular school. Okay, this is what this what this what the $1 million white boys, Ty Lopez, Alex Hormozy, all of them, everybody that got a damn commercial on YouTube before you watch the video, they all using all of these things. Goddamn Andrew Tate and them was using this type of stuff. This is what made all of the millionaires on social media in the past 10 years. Click funnels, scrapers, CRMs, and now all of this stuff is in the hands of more people. Okay? It's in the hands of more people versus the gatekeeping that was taking place, because you had to have a lot of money to play this type of game damn near 5 years ago. You had to have a budget. You wasn't just coming up in this thing with a few $100s. You know what I mean? You had to have a budget. Um, CRM auto population, name, email, company notes, right? So a CRM auto population is basically you could fill up your CRM, your customer, you could fill that up automated. You don't have to fill it in with your own, you know what I mean? That's tedious. Filling in all of these different leads that you're getting and these prospects, it does it automatically. Proposal generation. All right, you could make proposals. You could pull from templates and customize it. So you could scrape the entire Google and whatnot. You could scrape all of the templates of proposals and then basically tweak it. You know what I mean? Pick out the ones that you want to do. You could say, find me a proposal that find me the proposal that Mark Zuckerberg used to secure his 80 million his 80 million quote unquote deal from his investors, and they could find that proposal for you, and then you could take that as a template and then customize it to what you want it to be. So they doing shit like that. Invoice creation and delivery plus onboarding trigger, right? This is what Manus does, right? This is why it's called the acquisition engine, right? This is what Manus AI is able to do. Okay, so these are just the profiles of the agents. Think Agent Smith, but not in a negative sense. These agents are like Agent Smith. You're in the Matrix, and the agents are literally Agent Smith. But the only thing is, they're not chasing Neo right now. They're chasing a bag for you. I don't know what it's gonna be like in a year from now. I mean, don't you know what I mean? Don't judge me. I don't know what the agents are gonna turn into. But right now, as it stands, in the beginning of the agent era, they are working for us. Okay, they're working for us while we sleep. Um, Manus plus the connectors, plus the CRM, plus the Gmail, plus the calendar. That's the setup right there. Okay. You connect Manus to the connectors. Remember, the connectors is your Google Sheets, your Google Drive. It might connect to your Twitter. It might connect to your LinkedIn. It could connect to your Instagram. It could connect to your YouTube. It damn near could connect to anything. So now you're bringing in an intelligent machine, a supercomputer, and it's going to do what you need it to do just from a prompt. Okay. So then we got Kimmy Claw, the retention machine, right? The new role, 24/7 client retention and revenue expansion. So once again, while you sleep or while you do what you need to do, while you handle your business and whatnot, right? It is going to do the work for you. So y'all see this side thing right here?
Yeah.
It's working. So it's this is what is this? GenSpark, right? So if you want to understand it more and you need to know more information than what I'm just saying, so it could break it down, there it goes. It's automatic. As I'm talking, it's breaking it down. It's reading the page and it's breaking it down. Okay. So I could highlight this and then I ask GenSpark, what is a drip sequence? Right. Then I press enter and right on the side, right? As I'm reading this, it's going to break it down for me, what it is. You see? And you know, a drip sequence is when you do drip emails, right? It's a drip sequence. So, you know, your first email is basically awareness. You letting people know that you're here. Hey guys, this is what I'm doing. Then the other drip sequence, hey, I got something coming up. You might want to be interested in this workshop. Then the next sequence, this is the ticket. We got early bird, 20% off. Then the next drip, you know what I mean? They just dripping day 1, day 3, day 7, day 14, and then boom, day 30 is the upsell. Because you gotta we don't do cold selling on the internet because that's not how you sell. You got to bring awareness to what it is that you're doing. This is not like regular selling in the streets and whatnot. You feel me? It's a sequence that you have to follow. It's a different sequence. So Kimmy is gonna fire off these emails automatically. You know, the emails are already pre-written. It's already done. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to worry about it. Um, So they got the drip sequences, day 1, day 3, day 7, day 14, day 30. You might forget these days. You know, life be lifing and whatnot, but the AI is not going to forget. It's going to do it for you. Upsell trigger detection, right? Win celebration automation, churn prevention monitoring. So churn is basically when people unfollow you or when they unsubscribe and all of that. That you want to prevent the churn. So it's churn prevention. So churn prevention monitoring. You need to monitor how many people are leaving. How many, you know what I mean? Like, when you in the club and the DJ start playing and the DJ sucks, people start walking out. The promoter has to pay attention to that because get him off the set, get him out of here immediately. Let's bring a better DJ in because people are leaving. So if you have something set up and people start leaving a lot, that means that you have a lot of churn and you have to do something to reverse that because once again, you don't want to lose your people. Okay. You don't want to lose your support. All right. So that's Kimmy Claude. They're going to handle your emails. They're going to automate your drips. They're going to do what they need to do for you. And boom. Then we get into Claude. Claude is the conversion copywriter, right? So what is a conversion copywriter? I click on know more, right? I want to know more about what it is that they're talking about. I'm not too familiar, so I need more information. I'm showing y'all all of this because this is what y'all gonna be doing to get acclimated to this information because it's new. So anything new could be intimidating, but it's not necessarily new. If anybody, how many people have business admin certificate? How many people was in corporate America and y'all was doing all of this stuff? Let me get a show of hands, please. How many people are familiar with drip sequences, CRMs, you know what I mean? Copy, scripts, sales copy?
I'm I'm just familiar with this because when I started my business 4 years ago now, I was trying to get all this done. And like you said, it was expensive. I went to
Very.
webinars and seminars and feminars, and I was like,
Feminars and
okay.
Zebinar, yeah,
I
mad
was paying
expensive.
money to learn stuff, and it was like, it wasn't quite there. So this is brilliant, and this is genius, and I love you, and I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So we got Claude, which like in my humble opinion, it's I don't like comparing and everything, but Claude is the top of the whole they beyond open AI, way past. They left them in the dust. You know what I mean? They're out of here. Um, but yeah, look at the side. Look how much information it was able to give me just off of one simple question about knowing more, right? So a
Yeah.
conversion copywriter, right? The conversion architecture, you're not writing generic copy. You're architecting proof systems that collapse the gap between skeptic and buyer. This is the third pillar of your dual agent stack. Manus AI is your acquisition engine. You find and you qualify the leads. Then ChemiClaw is your retention and upsell machine. You nurture and you expand. And then Claude is your conversion narrative system. You turn wins into selling assets, right? So they have four core copywriting functions. Case study generation, right? So you got to do case studies. You study your competition, or you study people who are out here winning and whatnot, right? You take a real client win and frames it as proof. Okay. Structure, problem, and then your solution, quantify results, and then your client quote, right? That's how you structure the script. You bring the problem, right? You start with the problem, Hegelian dialect. You bring your solution, right? And then not only do you bring your solution, you back that up with quantified results, right? You like, nah, I ain't just talking about it, I'm doing it. And then you have a client quote. I'm sure we've all read these paragraphs. I'm sure we've all read these blogs. I'm sure we've all read these emails that are structured just like this. Okay? So this 200 word case study becomes your social proof firewall, right? Lives on Discord, right? You bring the winners with you. You bring up, you talk about your wins, right? You bring it to LinkedIn, you bring it to Instagram, you bring it to Discord. You want to flaunt your wins. You're not arrogant. You're just flaunting the wins because people are attracted to the wins. They want to know what's winning and who's winning and how did they win. So that's, we in America, America is addicted to the winner. So it's all psychology. That's the mentality. So here's the DM scripts. Claude personalized outreach copy. Claude doesn't write one generic pitch. It writes lead specific pain language and social proof snippets. Once again, what's your pain points, right? What's your pain points? Pain language. I had syrup with no pancakes, right? With Merck. You know what I mean? That's pain language. That's the struggle language, right? So when what's my dude finesse two times, he was wilding out for months now. But the minute he started really talking about that pain, now he's going viral because everybody can relate. Okay, and they want to see him win now because he's tapped into something. And for the people in the audience, maybe what is he talking about? There's a rapper who's going viral with his, he did a live and whatnot, and he was just talking about his struggle bars, how he had to eat cereal with no milk. But it's just the way that he said it, you know what I mean? So they making all of these videos and he's going viral and everything. So now people are like, they before they wasn't really rocking with him like that. Now he's blowing up, right? That's just that's just a small example. But yeah, it writes lead specific pain language, social proof snippets. Please
So,
mute your phone. Thank you, Peter. Manus delivers it, okay, and Claude makes it feel like you wrote it personally, right? So Manus will deliver it, and Claude will make it feel like you wrote it personally. That goes back to what I was saying. Hands up. Somebody raise their hand.
Yes, this is Akasa. I have a question about the Claude and like the flyers. Are you talking about like in the Claude AI part or the Claude code part? Because like I
Yeah,
tried to get some flyers and like when the wording was not quite there or close to something, it felt like I had to keep regenerating the whole flyer, whereas I guess I'm used to Canva or something where I can change a prompt.
right. I would
And I was just
use. Mhm.
uh-huh.
I would use Claude not to create the flyer, but to create the script that will create the flyer. If
Okay.
that makes any sense. I will go to
Yep.
Chat GPT to make the flyer. I would head over to because when we talk about flyer, it's like, you might want it on parchment paper, certain type of fonts, all of that design aspect, definitely like you said, Canva. But do you know that inside of Claude you could pull up Canva and Figma?
Okay. I just figured out how to I did get got it to do like trademark sheets for me today. Like
Yes.
reference sheets for the logos and for when I use the website and everything. And so to put those into the flyer. So it's like the more moving pieces, because I was thinking of it like the reference sheets with the character sheets.
With the
And so
character
I'm
sheets.
like, well,
Yes.
here's a brand, just like there's a character sheet. Well, here's a brand reference sheet I want
Right.
you to use when you do this. But like I said, it was like when little things are off, I'm like, oh, I don't want to regenerate this whole image. But
Right.
I'm
So
gonna
here's
pull
the
up
cheat
Canva
code.
inside. Okay.
Right. Here's the cheat code inside of Claude Co-work. Canva is one of the connectors that I was talking about. Matter of fact, let me just show you. I could show you better than I could tell you because this is very important. Um, I look, I didn't even know all of this stuff was going on with Claude. I had to watch a million YouTube videos and like figure it out because I was like, what are they talking about? But when I figured it out, when I saw it, I was like, oh, okay, all right. So here's Claude. You see where it's at? You see Claude? This is the desktop Claude. A
Yeah.
lot of people might not never seen this part. So here's the chat, right? This the regular chat box. Okay. Quickly chat to Claude in a few steps. Press option twice. So these are just shortcuts that they're showing you how to get at them, right? So this is the regular one, but boom, I clicked on that, right? You see where it says connectors?
Yeah.
So these are all of the things I'm connected to. And then I can manage my connectors, right? So here's the personal plugins. So there's something called skills, right? Claude skills. So I loaded up. I got a bunch of skills and whatnot. And literally skills are like how Chat GPT had plugins. It's basically a baked in skill that will there goes canvas design.
Okay.
So
Cool.
it creates beautiful visual art in PNG and PDF documents using design philosophy. You should use this skill when a user asks to create a poster, a piece of art, a design, or other static piece. Create original visual designs, never copying existing artists' work to avoid copyright violations. So see how detailed it is? It's loaded.
Yeah. Got it. Thanks. Thanks for
All
that. That's
right.
gonna make a difference. All
All
right.
right. So yeah, y'all, this is it legal, right? For anybody that wants to know, they look, when this thing dropped, when they dropped, this is y'all might not remember, but when Claude dropped the plugin for skills, they crashed the stock market. It was about a month ago. The whole stock market crashed because they had businesses that had a monopoly on the legal shit. Remember, we got to go to lawyers to read our contract. We got to run down and pay a lot of money to retain a lawyer to help us. But then they came in with this look, screen incoming NDAs and classify them as green. Navigate privacy regulations. Generate templated responses for common legal inquiries. Assess and classify legal. This is the law library, ladies and gentlemen, right on the app. Prepare and route a document for e-signature. And you could basically tweak it. You know what I mean? So this is just the basics and whatnot, but you can add skills to it and then you can add connectors to the legal thing. You feel me? DocuSign, Google Calendar, your Box, your Slack, you know what I mean? All of that. Then they got finance. This is what they're using. And then when they drop the finance, it crashed the stock market because now Wall Street is nervous because little old me and you could jump in and start trading and use this to help us trade. That's all. This is all regular Claude. Okay. So that's Claude, and then this is Claude Cowork, right? So Claude Cowork is basically where you could this is where you get your skills and everything, and it's more powerful than the regular Claude, right? Then Claude Code, the third one, is where you build apps and where you build all type of stuff, apps, websites. It just codes like nonstop. It code the whole day for you. You know what I'm saying? It is a monster. It is a monster. Let me see if I can pull something up that I did. It's a beast. It
Now,
might it
Red,
might huh?
quick question. For the Claude Code, is that the one you said it takes over your computer? That's the autonomous one? Or is it the Claude?
No, that's Clawbot.
Oh, bot. Okay.
Yeah, Clawbot. Like a lobster claw. And this is Claude with a D. Claude sued them because they was like, my dude, this is copyrighted. Y'all trying to sound like us. And they should have bought them, to be honest with you. They should have bought them, but they sued them. And then they turned it. It used to be open, it used to be Clawbot. Then they turned it to Open Claw, you know. So yeah, this is some of the coding that it was. This is not even some coding. This is just me creating skills and whatnot. You could create your own skills, you know, and you could just tell it what skill you want to make, and it will make the skill for you. You don't have to be super duper techie to make this stuff happen in this thing. You really don't. That's why so many. That's why it's so big. That's why it's blowing up so much. It's one of the top things everybody talking about because it does so much for so little. You know.
Yeah, Claude's been creating some magnificent PDFs for me in terms of documenting my what I'm building. It's amazing.
Word. Amazing.
Mm.
So here's some of the breakdowns. A nano banano viral prompts repository. So I could take something from GitHub, right? Let me show you. I could show you better than I could tell you. So even all of those fonts that I dropped inside of Discord, right? I dropped all of them fonts, the font packs and everything, right? I could go right in the font pack, right? The prompt, what I'm talking about. I could grab a prompt. Let me see. Okay, so this says the world's largest free nano banana prompts. I copy it. I go back over here. I drop it. I say, first I just upload it so it could read it. Let me see if it could read it. What the hell? This thing done turn. Oh, okay. Let me see. So I'm gonna, if it works, if it reads it and everything is good, I'm gonna turn all of those prompts into what is called a skill, right? So it's checking it out. It has an error. It says, "What do you want me to do with this link? If it contains additional prompts, can you paste the content and I can add them to the catalog?" Uh, I'm just saying. Let me see if that does anything. Okay, so the way that this thing is set up is not gonna let me just copy and scrape it. Uh, could you paste? It said, can you paste the content from the page here? So let me go back and see if I could paste some stuff. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't. Yeah, you see how this shit is set up? It's not gonna let me go and take all of this stuff. But let me see. Who knows? Let me see. I'm gonna tell it to read it. So once again, you literally could talk to it and tell it to do things for you. So what the hell? Give me 1 minute. Wait, okay, there you go, Claude. So boom, I'm gonna drop the link. First, I'm gonna tell it, read this site and extract all the prompts you as you can see, you see it thinking, you know what I mean, versus you don't know what's going on. You can see it actually think. Because I literally took a, as you can see, the page before it, I was able to grab some stuff. So let's see what happens. And let's just say that it, okay. Uh-oh. It said it found something, a GitHub repo with 8,000 prompts. You see? So it goes digging. It's the bot is crawling, right? It's scraping. It's crawling through the site and scraping the content, right? Now it's pontificating. It says the site blocks direct access, but they have an open source GitHub repo with 11,000 prompts, right? So I didn't tell it what to do. It just jumped up and was like, it's on the page, and it's almost like it's talking to the page. It's having a conversation. The bots are talking to it, And it's like, nah, you can't get in here, but you could go over there. You know what I'm saying? You could go over there. That's a that's our little stash house. Go check that out. It's like, all right, cool, no problem. I'm gonna go over here and grab more of these prompts, right? So I just got 11,000 prompts just off of dropping that link inside of here. Work smarter, not harder, right? So let's say that I build a website tomorrow for Imaginarium and I want to create a prompt library inside of there, or I want my site to basically be where you could upload a picture and just press a button and that picture could turn in from a regular picture and turn you into like a warrior and whatnot. It's gonna be off of these it's gonna I'm gonna be using one of the 11,000 prompts that I just grabbed and whatnot because I'll use the GitHub repo on my site as well. You see how that works? Because if it's in GitHub, it's for the public. That's what GitHub is. GitHub is a repository for the public. A lot you'll realize that a lot of these people they work like that's why I love the devs and I love the developers and everything because the people are this environment. These people literally, it's not a lot of gatekeeping that goes on. You feel me? It's not a lot of gatekeeping in these spaces. A lot of people are very decentralized. It's very open source. You know what I mean? They're not hiding everything. They share a lot. You just got to know that it's being shared. You might not realize it, but they are sharing. They just not sharing on they're not sharing in black spaces, but they sharing though. They stuff is out there if you know where to look. Henceforth, why they talking about they distracting us with all of the negativity, fear mongering, and all of these other things. While what are they doing? Building a new world, building apps, building tweaking shit, building new proteins and molecules, and yeah, they're doing all of that. They making movies and shit, and they got us talking about the draft is coming. They bombing things, and there's no jobs, and the dollar's falling. There's Chicken Little conversations taking place. You know, it's a lot of Chicken Little. Sky is falling while they have people completely what is called distracted. Okay. Where's my they talking about where they giving me 129 prompts. Nigga, you just said 11,000. I gotta go look for that. You know what I mean? I'm not letting up off of that. I need my 11. You should never put that number in front of me. So I could even talk to it after I get the 100 something and be like, yo, what's up with that 11,000? Like, what we talking about? Where is that at? You know? Yeah, here we go. 11,000 prompts. So what I'll do is I'll copy this, boom. And then once this is finished, I'll say, go fetch it. See what they tell me. Oh, okay. Okay. They got it in that CMS. Uh, uh, uh. Ooh, they got oh man, that's a lot. So 35 megabytes. That's too large to commit into the plugin directory as is. It says, let me check the data structure and build a compact version with just prompts, no image URLs. So the images are making it a big batch, right? So they either have to break down the batches, right? Or they're not gonna be able to give me the 11,000 to whereas I'll be like, give me 400 at a time. You know what I mean? Give me 1,000 at a time or something. You just gotta work with the machine. Um, oh damn. It said it extracted it. Touchdown.
So Ray, I have a question.
Yes.
So I want to start getting back on my app that I was building. Hold on one second. My kids are loud.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm back. So I want to refine it. It needs some tweaking on it
What
and
did you build it with?
lovable.
Okay. I
So
do want to throw it out there that they said the Apple Store is rejecting lovable apps. I just read that the other day. I don't know if it's all lovable apps. I don't think that it's all lovable apps because that would have been front page news. But I think a lot of people are sending lovable apps to the App Store and it's not all the way done right, you know?
yeah, it's not even going to be done. So I just want to take the code from it because it needs to.
Right.
I need to finish building it out.
Right.
So it'll end up probably being coming from Claude or one of the other ones.
Right. Because
Thank
Claude
you.
Cole could finish it.
Yeah, because I got some additional information I want to add into it
Okay.
from like I guess skills. So I'm just trying to figure out. I got a bunch of PDFs to
Right.
add inside. So I'm wondering if I should do it here. So do I start from co-work first or chat and then go over to code? Like, or should I just
Go to
stay at
chat. Yeah,
go to
you want to go
chat?
to
Okay.
chat and you want to do, you want to have like a little session with chat.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to have a session with them as to your actual game plan,
Mm-hmm.
and then it will walk with you and whatnot. It's gonna walk you through it,
Okay.
and then you take it into code and
Okay.
whatnot. That's the better way.
Okay. Thank you.
hmm I want to show you what Google just dropped called Stitch, but that might be tomorrow in the vibe coding session. We'll go to Stitch. Stitch, they just dropped something in AI Studios called Stitch, where you can make apps now. Look, here we go. Got them. All 16,000. I got them. The full UMine library has been fetched and integrated. Here's the final breakdown. 16,000 total prompts in the Nano Banana plugin. So it's in my it's inside of my thing now. It's inside of my plugin now, right? I got 7,000 social media posts prompts, 4,000, right? So I literally could go scrape a few more sites and just keep adding on, but I ain't gonna be greedy. But that's what's going on right now. That's how they doing it. You know, that's the power of Claude. Claude is a monster, as you can see. I took a website. Feel me? I just put the website. I just put the URL, and I'm we're sharing.
Now, how do you add that into your skill library?
It did it automatically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It said it has been fetched and integrated. When you hit integrated, that basically means that it put it right into your library. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Backslash. This is how you bring up the skills. Backslash. Mm. You see where it says plan before making? You see, I clicked on plan mode. That thing that popped up that says plan mode.
It's behind you, so
It's
we
behind you, so we can't see it. We see it now.
Yep, plan mode. That's what you'll be using to plan out your thing. So I could even start talking to it right now in plan mode and be like, hey, I got these 16,000 prompts. Da 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 da. I want to incorporate it into an app. What should we do? And we'll just sit here plotting and planning until it is ready to go to the code maker. But yeah, let me get back to this other I done we gotta finish this other thing that we was doing. Damn, slow down, Claude. I didn't even say nothing and it's still working and it's thinking. We done pulled the heist off. Y'all don't tell on me, man. Don't snitch me out. I didn't do it on purpose. You know. So boom, going back to the actual script that we're working on. So we got Claude, as you can see, conversion copywriter, boom, boom, boom. Um, the full scale architecture. So the Imaginarium scale stack, right? Kimmy Claw, Manus, Claude, pattern library. Those four right there get us right. The scale loop. Manage scrapes and qualifies leads from target platforms, right? We just targeted a platform. That's when we target, we go out and we find out who are we targeting. We want some prompts, we're gonna target those sites. We want some clients, we gotta target things, right? So we target. Claude writes the personalized DM email copy per lead, right? So let's say that I go on Instagram and I put a video up from Kling. Remember, we had the Kling video that said before and after. So that's I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna do it on the Imaginarium IG, and we're gonna do a case study. That's the lead magnet. There's going to I put the video up there. If anybody wants to know how to do this, comment Imaginarium. Boom, and we'll DM you, right? Whoever DMs me, they'll get an automatic personalized DM from Claude, right? And then they'll also get an email because I'll be like, you can't get it until you give me your email. And then when they give me their email, we'll send them a personalized email with their name, right? The AI will personalize it, and the email will be a converting email, right? They get the video for free, they get the lead magnet, and then the email will convert them. Hey, you want to sign up to the workshop? Hey, you want to buy the book? Hey, you want to do this? Hey, you want to do that? So, for case in point, and I don't want to put nobody out there, but Precious Mother Love, you know, real quick, let me show you. She is an artist, right? And she creates jewelry. And she created this for me, right? She created this crown, right? So, $65 in bonus tax. Case, like, check this out. She could put a video, she could put a video up 30 seconds where she's doing we had an event that we were supposed to do, and we still gonna do it, Mother Love, right? Called Rapper's Delight.
Oh yeah, one love, exactly.
And Rapper's Delight is basically a workshop to show people how to rap. And we ain't talking about hip hop. This is rapping, right? This is the rapping right here, rapping of the copper, right? So a rapper's delight 30-second video will basically convert. Okay. Like if we put a video together, 30 seconds, 1 minute, and it's rapping, she's rapping shit, and it's like a voiceover and everything. That's a lead magnet. People are gonna go for that. They're gonna bite. You know what I mean? Because this is some of the, this is one of the hottest things. Everybody's into this stuff. So the whole crystals and the copper and whatnot, you got people every day now. Before it might have been a small market. The market is growing daily. If you Google trend, if you go to Google Trends, this is rising every day. Copper jewelry, precious stones, that shit is going up because everybody is more people waking up daily than there's more people going to sleep. You know what I mean? And this all of this type of
Technology.
shit is trending right now.
It's with the
So
technology too, the energy management.
and it's the energy management, you feel me, the protecting from the radio waves, and all of that is a go, right? All of that is a go. So it's about knowing the market and then being able to pitch to them, but you got to know who to pitch to and where to find them, you know. But that's what it is. That it's like that's how we level up on what it is that we're doing and whatnot. And if somebody don't let these knuckle draggers from your neighborhood get you down and whatnot, because because they haven't woken up to what it is that there's somebody around the world. We're talking global now. There's people around the world this that wants what you have. Maybe not in your neighborhood, but definitely there's somebody around the world that you could connect with, and you'll be able to do business and whatnot. The business might be so good that you pack up and go to where is you are appreciated versus where you're tolerated. They say a man in his king, a man in, what do they say about a man in outside of, it's one of them quotes. It's basically saying, my nigga, you could pop outside of where you from. They don't appreciate you.
Not regarded in his own land.
A man is not regarded as a king in his own land. So Claude writes the personal DMs. Manus sends the outreach via the connected apps. The lead responds. Manus logs into the CRM and sends the proposal. The client pays. Clawbot or Kimmy Claude triggers the onboarding sequence. So once the client pays, Kimmy will begin the onboarding sequence, right? Just getting you set up, right? Taking, you know what I mean? All of that stuff, right? So the CRM, customer relationship management, very important, right? Very important. This is where you take care of your people. So they might need to be orientated. They might need a PDF, a welcome aboard and whatnot. They may need all of these things. Kimmy Claw could do that automatically. Kimmy monitors client engagement daily. Upsell triggers fires at day 30, right? Or on a success signal. So the upsell trigger will automatically fire off on day 30. Hey, do you want to buy this bundle? Hey, do you want to get this? You know what I mean? Hey, do you want to do 7-day workshop with me? That's the upscale. That's the upsell. Claude generates case study from clients, and then the loop repeats with the new leads. So anybody remember Justin P? He was doing a lot of those free master classes. He's a part of that financial movement that came to Atlanta around 2020 and whatnot. He's the dude that used to do the videos. He kind of started that point up shit. And he had the black brand, the black colleges and whatnot. That's Justin P. Justin P was a master when it comes to shit like this. He mastered the game. He probably made so much money that he fell back and whatnot. But he mastered this. He mastered the marketing of this thing. And he used to do like 3 free workshops a week. It's not really hard because you could pre-record them shits. He would do about 3 master classes a week. And at the end of he would be like an hour and a half. And this is before China told everybody. This is before China. Remember, China came out and was like, you could buy all of the designer and you could buy clothes from us for the low, and we are the manufacturers. Prior to China saying that, a lot of people didn't know where to go. They didn't have China inviting them to China. He was taking advantage of that, and he was doing the master classes, and he was plugged in with the China plug. So he was given an upsell of like $2,000 to be a part of his program. He almost, I was a hook. He had me with the hook in my mouth. The way that his upsell was so good, the psychology of his upsell was so good. I literally was about to break bread with him and give him that $2,000. You know what I mean? But then something was like, just chill for a minute, wait. And then, it never happened. But I'm just saying all of that to say, like, the upsell game is real. Do y'all see the screen again? It says the scale milestones.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The scale milestones, 8 node map, right? So node number one, milestone, revenue model mapped. Agent is Claude, right? Remember, all of these are all agents. Once again, think Agent Smith, but the agent is working for you. It's not scary. It's an agent that is working for you and wants to see you successful. It's literally like a genie in a bottle and is dedicated to making you win or livicated. It's there for you, right? So even when you're reading something like that, what is a revenue model map? Click on no more and let GenSpark teach you. You know, I'm on GenSpark. I'm gonna drop the thing for GenSpark too. GenSpark is another it's another power tool. GenSpark is a one of those everything apps. It does everything. It could build websites, it could build flyers, posters, apps, all type of stuff. You're gonna pay, but it's not that expensive though. But it ain't. I think they got a free. It might be free, but I put the gas in the engine, and I ride out with this. I put the gas in the engine. I start them with $20, and it's gonna work. It's gonna give you a lot of value, and then it's gonna ask for another 20. You know. But keep in mind, I'm gonna give you the free apps too. I will give you the freebies. And like I said, a lot of them are coming out of China, you know? But here it goes. The revenue model mapped, the three, so it's breaking that thing down. It's breaking it down so you can have a way better understanding about what this is. Because truthfully, this whole thing is predicated on you understanding what the hell it is that you're looking at. You know what I mean? All of this stuff goes in one ear and out if you don't because it's some powerful shit that's being exposed. It's just that the verbiage may be alien to because we're not marketers. The majority of us are not marketers. We don't speak this type of language. But if we spoke this language, if we were in corporate and whatnot, this shit is like golden. This is the lexicon. Okay. Class 5 session architecture, phase 1, scale orientation. All right. Wins showcase. 3 builders share their first sales story. Revenue model selection. Announce your track. Mindset. First sale, prove desire. Scale makes it repeatable. First sale, prove desire. Scale makes it repeatable. Phase 2, revenue model mapping. Interactive exercise. Complete your revenue model canvas. Who is your buyer? Right? Individual, small business, or enterprise. This is something you should ask yourself. What is your core offer? Right? Name your core offer. These are I'm doing all of this to sharpen my sword. We should all be doing this. This is your personal audit. Okay. This is how you strengthen yourself. This is how your elevator pitch and everything comes straight. This is how you get it all tightened up. Okay. This is almost like sparring, like how a boxer would spar before they get into the big ring. This is how you spar. What is your price point? Because in order to do an executive summary or business plan, you got to know all of this anyway. You know? So this is about knowing your revenue model canvas. What is your price point, right? What is your volume target? What is your acquisition channel, right? Is it a DM? Is it making content? Is it through ads and referrals? You got to know these things. Phase 3, Manus acquisition build, right? Bring Manus in. Build your client acquisition pipeline and Manus AI. Build your client acquisition pipeline and Manus AI. Step one, connect your CRM. It will either be Notion, HubSpot, Airtable, right? Step two, build your outreach task. Okay, find the leads and add them to the CRM, right? Which is the customer relationship management. Very important. Sometimes it's overlooked, but any business deals with CRM. All businesses deal with CRM. Okay. Build the proposal task. You generate the proposal, format it for email. And then phase four, you bring Kimmy Claw up in his biatch. And that's the retention build. Build your retention and upsell sequence. Okay. So step one, takes about 10 minutes, create a three touch drip sequence. Three touch drip sequence. Day one, day 7, day 30, right? Just three emails, you know. Step two, which takes about 10 minutes, set upsell trigger, right? Engagement base. It's based on the engagement. Step three, which takes about 5 minutes, test the trigger manually. Okay, so you want to test it, you send yourself an email or have somebody send the email, you test it. Phase five, case study plus publishing. Claude builds your first case study command. This is the command that you drop in. This is an automatic prompt. You drop it in Claude. That's, you know what I mean? It is, and I might have a whole prompt book ready. Hopefully by next class, if not the next class, because Claude has a lot of prompts that are very important to activate Claude Code, Claude Cowork. They work off of prompts and whatnot. So we're gonna have a pattern library of Claude prompts that's coming very soon. Phase six, badge ceremony, badge review, completion celebration, class six preview, the three scale tracks. Track one, solo MRR builder, right? The target is $500 to $2,000 a month, right? This is a solo operation. These are some of the things. Offer daily affirmation service, weekly research digests, right? Acquisition, DM outreach, 20 a day via Manus plus referrals, right? Stack, Kimmy handles nurture, Claude writes the copy, and then you approve. This is what we're looking for. The goal, 10 clients at $100 a month. You know, 10 clients at $100 a month. So once again, you could find somebody on socials and say, yo, this is what I could do for you. You might not know how to do this. You might not be able to do this. But I see that you're an influencer with a lot of followings. Why don't we get you hooked up with this daily affirmations? I'll help craft them. You put them on your page, and voila, we in business. You feel me? You want to add some affirmations are big. Affirmations. What's an affirmation? I got you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna give you about three of them, and you put that out there and test your audience. Then somebody, what, you know what I mean? We schedule it. You don't even got to wake up early. It could be scheduled 7 a.m. every day. Affirmations on your page, affirmations on your carousel, affirmations in your story. People are reacting to it. You're going viral. They like, yo, they reposting it. Yo, thank you, my brother. I needed to hear that. I appreciate that, sis. Damn, I love this direction that you're going in. You know what I mean? That's what's up. Shit like that. Track two, service agency, right? Now we looking at 2K to $10,000 a month. Model, you working with your pod. This is not solo dolo. This is a solo operation. You could literally do this with just DMs and emails and reach outs and whatnot. But then on track two, when you get on track two, now we leveling it up. We move into another tax bracket. 2,000 to 10K, right? So here's the automation, the offer, AI automation setup, content production service. So what does that mean? Oh, I'm reaching out to what? My prospects, right? Through lead magnets, through targets. Yo, I'm gonna automate your page for you. You can automate my page. What you mean? I'm gonna hook up mini chat. I'm gonna automate your page. I'm gonna make sure that every time somebody comments, they get a DM. I'm gonna make sure every time you put a post up, it's gonna say comment this, and you'll receive a link. I'm gonna automate your tweets. I'm gonna automate your content strategy and whatnot. You don't have to keep up with it. We're gonna automate it. Word? Yeah. And we got content production service. What's that? Well, we'll create content for your Instagram, and at the same time, we'll do the aspect ratio to make content for your Facebook, verticals and whatnot. And we'll also do a horizontal for YouTube. And we'll do 4 pieces of content every 7 days with a drip campaign attached to it. Oh, now where I sign up? People need help. You feel me? People need help. Huh. People that are doing big numbers and whatnot, they're not just doing it off the rip. They're not just doing it, out of luck. They have systems that are set up. There's things that are working behind the curtain that you might not even be realized. You'll never realize that, you won't know, because who's going to reveal how their businesses are set up? Business is war. You don't let nobody read your war report until you sell the business, and then you write a book or you start talking about it, then you put it out there. But when you're on a battlefield, people are not going to show their hand. That's like somebody showing you their spades hand. Who does that? The only person that does that is Jack Harlow. But black people ain't gonna show you their hands a book. They're not gonna show you the spades, but Jack Harlow will, because he's trying to be like us. You know what I'm saying? You're not, people who are winning right now, they have strategies. Some of them have teams. They're working, they figure this out. They got funnels, click funnels and whatnot. They have some type of automation sometimes working for them. They have what is known as virtual assistants. And what does that mean? When they go to sleep, there's somebody in Kenya, Philippines, or Vietnam emailing people. You know what I'm talking about? Answering the phone and whatnot. Uh Cleaning up the mess that you might have made when you was at work for 8, 10, 12 hours. That's what they do for people. It takes a lot of you could find them on Fiverr. They was getting them off of Fiverr and Upwork and whatnot. But AI has taken the AI is neutralizing them. But once again, there's like not a lot of people that even know that this shit exists. They don't even know how to use it. So a lot of people is not really in jeopardy. The only reason that they would be in jeopardy if this becomes mass adoption, and it's not mass adoption yet. There's the one. It's not. I don't even think it's 1%. So you have a privilege of knowing some shit that everybody is very in the dark about. So Stack, the pod handles the delivery, and you handle relationships, right? What is the goal? Only 5 clients at $1,000 a month, which is 5,000 MRR. So let's say that you go to a restaurant around your way. Let's say that you go to a restaurant. Let's say you go to a sports bar. Let's say that you go to adult entertainment bar, whatever. Because you know where the revenue is coming in. They getting money at the restaurant. They getting money at the sports bar. They're doing something, but they need automation. They need content. Their website looks crazy, and so their social is not what it's supposed to be. Here it is. You come in with the pod and whatnot. You come in as a sales rep, because somebody out of the pod, somebody has to agree to be a sales rep. And to be honest with you, you might not be a sales rep, but you might know one. You might be able to hire one. And you tell the sales rep, yo, hey sis, you know what I mean? I heard you got fired and whatnot. Hey, you want to do sales rep for us? Then what does that mean? Well, you could go to store to store. We'll give you a list of all of the stores. We found all of them using Manus AI. We was able to scrape all of these businesses. around our neighborhood within the 30-mile, 40-mile radius, and basically pull up to the store, right? With a offer, you know what I'm saying? With a price list, with a EPK, electronic press kit, with a proposal, and basically knock on doors. Same way that they were selling vacuums back in the days. The same way that they were selling Avon and whatnot. Knock on doors. Them people still selling Jehovah Witness around here. You feel me? You get 100 no's and 5 yeses. Boom, you got you $5,000 a month. Okay? And that's not even your main gig. That's just some shit that you come to the AI with and knock out in one day. Track number 3, digital product flywheel. Now we're looking at 5K a month, 1,000 to 5K. The model, passive, async, right? So you could offer pattern packs, prompt vaults, claw hub skills, right? And what is the acquisition? Manage drives the traffic and Kimmy nurtures the email list. And how do you get the email list? Through the lead magnets. Give away a PDF. Throw up a video. Throw up some damn AI pictures and whatnot. Hey, if you want to learn how to do this, click this, leave this, comment this. But you cannot get anything without giving your email. Me no, nothing is moving without your email. Once they give up the email, this is you building up your list, right? The email list is gold. Nothing else matters. The email list is gold. The phone number is the only thing more important than the email list, not the IG. The IG is just a means to get the email. The email is where the gold is at because you can send out an email blast or you can hit them up on the phone. More people is more than likely going to click on their phone, the messages, the SMS, than they probably will the email. But niggas is clicking on them emails too. So, you want to look at that. 100 sales at $27, that's 2,700 a month. By day 60, you don't want to go stupid. You don't want to go, you don't this is a low offer, right? The prompt packs and shit like that. These are low offers. You ain't trying to get no $99. You could do it at $7 if anything. 7 is $27. $30 the most. Get 100 of those sales, that's a nice little income stream. Scale, troubleshooting, grid. So here's some of the troubleshooters that we'll be dealing with because every time there's always going to be something. There's always going to be an obstacle. You could guarantee that. It's Murphy's Law. So the CRM is not populating, meaning it's not filling out. You want to check the connector permissions. Manus needs to write, they need access. In order to write, they need access. So you got to make sure it's connected. Test the single record. Drip sequence fail, right? So the email sequence is not working. You verify Kimmy Claus scheduled time zone. Test fire manually before activating. No outreach response, right? So no outreach response. So you send out 100 outreach DMs or 100 emails. You ain't getting no response. Shit is quiet. Well, it's too generic. Your email might be too generic. Run it through Claude and you ask it, make this specific to the basketball pane. Make this specific to whatever the industry is, right? That you see the brackets. When you see something in brackets, all that means is you could basically, that just means drop your thing in it. You know what I mean? Tweak this. This is all customizable. Early upsell trigger. Early upsell trigger. Delay trigger to day 21 minimum. Let the client get value first. So people are trying to upsell the third day. No, can't do it like that. People have to become familiar with it. You got to be consistent. Delay the trigger to day 21 minimum. Let the client get the value first. So in this new market, you have to add value. It's literally a fair exchange in the digital economy. You just can't pop out. You gotta, 12 play. Okay? You gotta nurture. And then you go for the kill. Weak case study. Weak case study. add a number, save 3 hours, save time, you quantify the results. Okay. So you got to add, people are into the numbers. How many hours is it saving? You could be like, maybe the initial thing said you're going to save hours on this. Now, how many hours? People want to know. So save 3 hours beats save time. You want to be more specific. You got to quantify your results. All right, you can't hit the $500 monthly revenue. You might want to drop the price or increase volume or increase price and improve your positioning. It's either way, you're going to try it out. Security protocol, scale level, client data protection, store client info in encrypted Notion database, not in agent chat logs, right? You want to protect your client. CRM access, manage to have view and add permissions only. Because remember, it's still Agent Smith with a leash on, right? It's still Agent Smith. It's still you know what I mean? It's still Agent Smith at the day. It's a fucking agent. So you want to keep it in the guardrail. You want to keep a leash on it. That's why they ask permission to do things and you give it permission so it don't just be all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Outreach compliance. Follow can slash spam or GDPR. What the hell is that? Let me click on no more. Right. So that's the thing. When you going over stuff that you don't know, this version of what I'm doing, where it's called no more and all of that, Chat GPT and all of them have the same thing. It's just you basically it's not as automatic as this. You just copy it and you go into like Gemini or you go into Perplexity or you go into Chat GPT and you just paste it and then say, explain this to me. That's a simple way to do it. You know what I mean? Super simple. CRM access. Manage to have view and add outreach compliance, payment security. Never share Stripe dashboard screenshots. People could take a screenshot even if you cover up something. They'll take that screenshot and they'll uncover that shit and they'll see certain things that it should be private and whatnot about your account. Don't be showing off your account and you got all of your information on it and it's on the internet. You know what I mean? Because you can get cooked. All right. This is the checklist. Written agreements for all recurring clients. Make sure you got your written agreements. Once again, you use the Claude legal skills for that or the plugin. The Claude legal plugin, you could draw up an agreement. You could draw up NDAs. You could draw up all type of shit. Separate business bank account, right? Invoice every transaction. That's your paper trail. Private policy on lead capture page, right? Privacy policy on lead capture page. You have to let everybody know that you are going to keep their information privacy. The lead capture page, more than likely you getting emails and phone numbers. So you got to have some type of, protection for the client. All right. So that should be it right there, ladies and gentlemen. That should be it. Class 6 preview. We're going to go back over Class 6. So that's the system phase. Build the infrastructure that runs without you. This is going to be teaching us how to build the infrastructure that runs without us, right? Document 3 core SOPs, standard operating procedures. I'll show us we'll be able to see how to do SOPs so we don't. What's a SOP? Well, once again, Claude, they help you with that. ChatGPT, Gemini, all of the chatbots, all of the agents will easily help you with a standard operated procedure and whatnot. It's not hard at all, but you need that in order to run a business. It's literally like the DNA. It's literally like the heartbeat, MD and whatnot. It's gonna tell anybody coming into your business what is the standard operating procedures of said business so they don't have to wing it. Delegate two paths, delegate two tasks to the POD, the operator autonomy. Kimmy Claw 7-day unsupervised sprint. Okay, so you could send Kimmy Claw on a 7 day unsupervised sprint. Basically, it's just going to be working 7 days straight, just knocking shit out for you. Managed pipeline delivers client work autonomously. Build an operational dashboard for real time revenue. Okay. And yeah, that's it for tonight. This PDF will be available. Okay. Let me read the laws before we shut it down. Class 5 law: volume over vanity, system over hustle, proof over promise, and MRR over one time, right? Monthly revenue over that one time. The scale upgrade: Manus acquires, Kimmy retains, Claude persuades, the pattern library repeats. Together, they turn one sale into a revenue system, one client into a case study, one case study into 10 new clients. You are no longer selling, you are scaling. You are building something that compounds while you sleep. Build, ship, own, now scale. That, my friends, is the Imaginarium, brought to you by KTL University. Okay? Yes, sir. Any questions? I don't want to just dip. Do we have any questions? Somebody said, "What about the AI human Fiverr?" Huh? You know about that? Yeah, they got a AI version of Fiverr that's hiring humans. Look at that. They hiring humans and whatnot. Sending niggas on missions. But yeah, we'll talk about that next week. But yeah, they is real. They do have a AI Fiverr that's out there. The agents need help. The agents are alive. You know what I mean? Make no mistake about it. The agents are up and alive. The niggas is moving. They got minds of their own. You know what I mean? I mean, Lord have mercy. Okay, so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your attendance. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow in the vibe coding class. We will be in the building. I do have a special guest, inshallah. Hopefully he pulls up. Eid Mubarak to all of the people that are celebrating that and whatnot. And Shabbat Shalom to all of my Hebrews. You know, salute. And yeah, we'll be back. All right. But yeah, this was a dope class. As we could see, we was tapped in for a long time, but it was worth every moment of it. We learned a lot. I learned a lot. Shit. If I learned a lot, then we definitely learned a lot. I was learning shit. You know what I mean? So, I'm going to get busy. I'm going right back to Hicksville and knock out some goddamn clips, But thank you all for this time. Um, if you have to do anything just rewind this shit, rewind it and pause it, and use that process that I show where you go and ask. Oh, let me drop the GenSpark link in here. Use the AI to ask questions. That's what it's there for. Don't let it just sit there and not do nothing. You know what I'm talking about? Let that shit work. That's what it's there for. But it will simplify things for you. Trust. GenSpark has GenSpark Claw as well. I'm meant to mention that they have their version of Kimmy Claw. Like I said, it's a claw world right now. Everything is clawed out. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? You're gonna see more about this shit leading up to the boot camp. It's gonna go from I never heard of that. To goddamn, I keep hearing about this shit. Like you're going to trust when I say it. It is going to take over. 2026 is the year of the agents. You know what I mean? 2026 is the agentic year outside of FIFA. This is in World War III. This is the year of the agents. So let's just get acclimated to it. Let's get our head start. And yeah, we'll thank each other later. So with that being said, peace, love, and light, and we will see you very soon. Oh yeah, happy New Year's. The fuck?
Happy New
Thank
Year.
you. Happy
The
New
hell?
Year.
I hear happy New Year's. I hear what I'm saying. How rude of me. Happy New Year's, And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right now.